The following is a special presentation of TNN Motorsports. He is the hottest ticket in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. He hit the jackpot in Vegas, hog-tied them in Texas, had a dream run in California. He had the brightest rocket at the Winston and outmotored them in Michigan. But there is one victory lane he has never visited. It is surrounded by a twisted triangle of asphalt where each turn is alive and conditions constantly shift, even as the driver must remain ever focused on the changing terrain. Where the best car doctors in the world can offer only a compromise, never a cure. Where 180-mile-per-hour race cars funnel from 6 wide to 2 tight in the time it takes to hold your breath. Where one missed shift can turn domination into defeat. We are live at Pocono International Raceway, Long Pond, Pennsylvania, as TNN Motorsports is happy to join NASCAR in celebrating their 50th anniversary. Today, the Pocono 500, 200 laps around the most demanding racetrack, and we're so happy you're with us here on TNN Motorsports. Hi again, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. Welcome to Pocono International Raceway. You look up the word unique in the dictionary, you might well find the picture of Pocono International Raceway. This is a track that's triangular in shape. It demands special type of experience because you have to shift here at this racetrack. You have to conserve brakes. You've got to have the tires beneath you when the day is done. Those are just some of the storylines we'll be talking about today. How about some others? Well, clearly, any way you cut it, the racetrack is still storyline number 1. If you haven't the experience, you really haven't the chance to win. Mark Martin has experience. He's looking for his 5th victory of the year. But remarkably, he is 0 for 22 here at Pocono. And then there's Rusty Wallace, who, as we talked on our pre-race show, has gone 43 races in a row without a victory. That's due to stop anytime. There's a look at Pocono Raceway, the triangular in shape track that really has cost many men a lot of speed over the years. The different shapes of the turns, different radius, limited banking, and 3 long straightaways, including that main straightaway, which is 7/10 of a mile long. That's what it looks like as we generate a graphic for you, but a much closer look comes to you from the fellas who will be patrolling pit road for us today. But right now they're out in the corners to give you a very close look at Pocono International Raceway.
Pocono's Turn 1 just could be one of the toughest corners in all of NASCAR racing. After thundering down the 3,700-foot front straightaway 5 and 6 wide, reaching speeds in excess of 175 miles per hour, drivers merge single file, racing for the preferred line, the bottom. All the while shifting to keep the engine from turning too many RPMs, braking, then turning into the 14-degree bank corner, the same degree of banking as both California and Richmond.
Turn 2 is known as the tunnel turn, but what it's really known as one of the hardest turns in all of Winston Cup racing. The drivers carry a lot of speed into this corner, nearly as much as they do into Turn 1, and there's only 8 degrees of banking. Also, there's rumble strips down here on the inside to keep the drivers from hooking those left side tires onto the grass. It's also a place where you'll see some passing. Drivers will set up on that long straightaway to get underneath the cars here in Turn 2.
Ah, yes, the infamous Turn 3. The first thing you notice about this place, look how flat it is. There's only 6 degrees of banking down here. It's the flattest corner in all of NASCAR racing. Look at the groove where the guys use. They have to keep the car pinned right down to the bottom of the racetrack as much as they can, right along the rumble strips. In fact, they'll hit them if they can to try to break the car loose to free it up to come off this corner. You fight a push all the way through it. They follow that groove along the bottom and then let it drift out against the wall. This is one of the most key turns on this racetrack because it leads to that 3,700 40-foot front straightaway. If you don't get off of this corner, you're killed RPM-wise down that front stretch. This corner is key.
So there's a look at Pocono International Raceway. Now my broadcasting partner, Buddy Baker. 8 top 5 finishes here. 3 times he's finished second at the Poconos. He talked with Mark Martin earlier today.
Well, with me today is one of the hottest drivers on the Winston Cup circuit. Pocono has always been a racetrack that I didn't worry about shifting or anything. But, Mark, anymore, you guys really have to work to get around here.
You really do. Since 1990, when we started shifting, you know, it's just brought so many more elements into the picture, and it's a very complex racetrack to run now.
Let me ask you, you know, I always set up for the tunnel turn, and that might be why I didn't win, by the way, but you say you set your car up a little differently here.
Well, you know, buddy, I haven't won here either, but we've run well here. I always work on turn 3. When I get turn 3 the way I want it, turn 1 and turn 2 will be acceptable.
So that's what the thoughts of Mark Martin are. And what about Rusty Wallace? He's been confident, so if that means anything, he could be in victory lane today.
Oh, he's so long overdue. He's led 10 of the 14 races so far. He's been incredibly quick here. Today could be his day, Eli.
So those are the storylines we'll be talking about. You can see the drivers have already pulled onto the racetrack. So why don't we take a look at the starting lineup for today's Pocono 500. It all begins with Jeff Gordon winning the pole again. His 4th pole in the last 6 events. Rusty Wallace with 3 Pocono wins alongside. Jeremy Mayfield, fastest in happy hour. And Kenny Schrader, who has 5 Bud poles here over his career. Ward Burton won the Michigan pole, and Mark Martin was the race winner a week ago. Joe Nemechek has won a pole here, did it last July. And then there's Ted Musgrave, Buddy Baker. Wouldn't surprise me to see him because the Roush team seem to have gotten this place fairly well dialed in.
I think he's very, very good on the flat surface racetrack, too. He's very good at Milwaukee, very good here. And this racetrack has a lot of tendencies like Milwaukee. This turn coming towards the front straightaway with only 6-degree banking favors Ted Musgrave.
His 40th Pocono race, Darrell Waltrip, as we heard from Steve Burns a short while ago. John Andretti and Mike Skinner, they'll be sharing row number 10. The 11th row, Dick Trickle, and a 4-time winner here, Bill Elliott. Bobby Labonte and Rick Mast. Hut Strickland's 2nd race now in that 96, Dick Berggren. We all saw him in Michigan a week ago.
It was a tough start. He was the first one out, so they're hoping for a better day today.
Rich Bickle and Jeff Burton. Michael Waltrip shares the next line with Jerry Nadeau, the highest qualifier among the rookies. You see that, folks? 30th, the highest qualifier among the rookies, buddy. Very much like what we were talking about before.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's just getting a lot of great experience right now for any rookie here at this racetrack. It takes a few races to really get up to speed.
Further back, you see Johnny Benson. He and Steve Grissom. Jeff Bodine and Lake Speed. And on down the line, those who also took their provisional starting spots. Todd Bodine bringing up the tail end of the field. The 2 non-qualifiers were Dave Marcus and in his own family car, Buckshot Jones also failing to qualify. Now time for the AutoZone race analysis brought to you by the more than 1,900 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. How about that? 9 different winners here in the last dozen races, guys.
Well, this is one of the most competitive racetracks on the entire circuit. They do a lot of lead changing here. There's a lot of opportunity for bizarre things to happen. Fuel mileage is so important. It upsets a lot of teams, so see a lot of strange things happen. A lot of different winners.
On board now, the in-car cameras. That's Todd Bodine giving us the look. Jerry Nadeau and the First Plus Financial team. You've got Jeff Burton driving us around in the Exide Ford Taurus. Bobby Labonte coming up from the middle of the field, an unusual starting spot for him. Kyle Petty, who has run well here at Pocono, has a victory. There's Rich Bickle driving for Cale Yarborough Motorsports. Chad Little, super effort, starting in 10th. And, of course, the man who always seems to run well, even though he has yet to win here at Pocono, is Mark Martin. 200 laps, 500 miles. Cinch them up, folks. Pace car is in. We are set on TNN Motorsports. Green flag. Pennsylvania, the town in which we're sitting. They're heading now to the tunnel turn. It goes over the tunnel that leads them outside the track to the infield. This now is the North Straightaway, 1,780 feet long.
Look at this. Dale Earnhardt is like a rocket up through the crowd here, already by Mark Martin, who started very high up in the field. Dale Earnhardt, a lot of people say it's the car to beat today, and you can see he's on a mission. He is running 7th right now with Mark Martin right behind him. Now, where do you shift in all of that, Buddy Baker? What's the shifting point here? Well, down going in the corner, you want to start shifting down as you head into turn 1 while you're still in a straight line. A lot of guys right now in the early stages will shift on the long pond straightaway, on the back straightaway also. Use high gear in the turn 3, then shift down for the short chute, and then as they come by the start-finishing line, they'll get back into what they call an overdrive. Working now through the corner. Looks as though NASCAR is going to black flag Rusty Wallace. And here he comes. Rusty jumped the start of the race. NASCAR has just said Rusty Wallace jumped the start of the race. So if you're keeping tabs at home, he is not going to get 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Jeff Gordon will now, if you're keeping score at home, he'll become the first leader of the day. Earl Barbin, Robin Pemberton, and the crew looking on. Sound like he stalled it just a bit also. Indeed, and the speed down through the pit area today is 55 miles an hour. While these cars are running close to 200 miles an hour down the straightaway here, he's down to 55. He's almost 3/4 of a lap behind going out of the pits now. There you see Mark Martin making the move around Earnhardt, so give Mark Martin 6th.
That is an incredible thing for Rusty Wallace to have been black flagged for jumping the start. That happened last year at Martinsville. They threw the black flag at him as the leader of the event last year. He pitted, never was able to recover. It's just almost impossible to imagine it could happen to a guy on 2 separate occasions.
Well, let's take a look at the start again, folks, and see what we saw. Well, look at that. The pole sitter is not the first man to the start-finish line. Indeed, it was Rusty Wallace. So there is Rusty right now out there running, and he will be a goodly distance back, obviously. Here he comes across start-finish, and everybody else is to the tunnel turn. Let's go down towards Rusty's pit area.
Well, thanks, Eli. I've been listening to the conversation between Rusty and his crew chief, Robin Pemberton. Rusty is hot, as you can imagine. He says he can't believe that NASCAR called that. Robin told him to calm down, do the best he could, if they have to play the cards they're dealt. They don't like it, but there's nothing they can do about it.
He is 27 seconds now behind the race leader. That is one good thing about Pocono, though. A pit stop does not necessarily cost you a lap, because it takes you darn near a minute to get around the Pocono International Raceway. CNN Motorsports live coverage of the Pocono 500 is being brought to you by Texaco. Texaco, a world of energy. By the more than 1,900 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Miller Lite, who reminds you that whenever you feel good, it's Miller time. And by First Plus Financial. At First Plus, you don't need equity, you just need a home. Welcome back, everybody. We're under caution. That is the reason why Kenny Schrader with problems working that north straight towards turn 3. Eli, that's a tremendous amount of damage to the left side of the car there. Schrader, you see him moving around inside. The workmen are up to the car there. It was a hard hit, that's for sure. There's our new leader as Jeremy Mayfield made the pass moments ago on Jeff Gordon. Here it is, Doctor.
On the inside, Mayfield looking for Gordon. Mayfield, quickest in practice in happy hour yesterday afternoon. They changed the car virtually not at all for today, and he got him.
Now, that's what happened right there. Oh, my. It looks like he and Earnhardt may have had slight contact there, sending Schrader into the wall. Bobby Hamilton just comes by and misses Schrader on the inside on the grass there. And there you see Schrader being talked to by the safety crew.
It was a hard hit. A lot of damage on that race car.
Meanwhile, it's a great break for Rusty Wallace because that 27-second deficit of his has now been erased. Granted, he's at the back of the field running 43rd with Schrader gone out of the picture right now, so he'll be running 42nd, but still he's not a half lap down anymore. Kenny is just now getting out of the car as they walk him by there. We'll take another look at that replay in a moment or so, but we're seeing some pit stops. Bobby Hamilton's in. So too Bill Elliott, the Labonte brothers, and Ernie Irvan all making pit stop. Welcome back to Pocono International Raceway. That was a darn good horse that Kenny Schrader had. Doesn't look as though it's going to be around the finish line today, though, after the accident on lap number 6. Take a look at it again, guys. Look as though Earnhardt tapped him into the corner.
Well, that's Mark Martin going through. Here comes Kenny Schrader in the 33. You see Earnhardt just under him there. Kenny might have been trying to come down just a little bit. They make contact right there. Earnhardt's under him just enough. He couldn't tell he was there. They make contact. Schrader, you can see him hard into the outside wall on the driver's side. He comes back across the track. A lot of cars coming by.
There's Kenny now going into the infield care center here at Pocono. We saw a lot of that here yesterday in the ARCA race, buddy.
Yeah, and a lot of times what happens there is one guy's on the throttle, the other guy may back out just a little bit, and it does not take much. If you could reach out with your hand, you could spin a car around here. That's how light they are as they slide through that corner.
So caution is on the speedway. Why don't we head down to the pit lane where we've seen a lot of pit stops, including Bobby Hamilton in yet again. So too Kevin LePage. Glenn, what you got?
Well, Eli's still in Rusty Wallace's pit, and that caution served a couple of purposes for him. Number one, it caught him up to the rest of the field. Second thing, gave him the opportunity to come down pit road. Had absolutely nothing to lose. He was the last car running in the field, so they came in, put 4 new Goodyears on, filled him up with fuel once again. He liked the car. They didn't make any changes on it at all. It's business as usual now. He's picked up 4 or 5 spots. Some other cars that pitted, Rusty beat them out of the pit, so he's already started his march back to the front. The race car's good. Robin just keeps reminding him, keep it cool, keep your head about you. We still got a race car can win this thing. He got the break he needed at the right time.
Sure did. There is crew chief Robin Pemberton, the team now in 36th place. Wally Dallenbach, fellas, we talked about him. Heck, buddy, we all talked on the phone Tuesday morning, and you said, watch Wally Dallenbach, and he's already moving up.
I tell you, he's doing a great job in the 50 car. Had a great run in Michigan, finished up 10th there, and he's a great road racer on top of that. And this racetrack really, if you look up front, the guys that run well on road courses are up front right now.
Let's head down to the Terry Labonte pit right now and get an update.
Well, Eli, the caution came out at the most opportune time for Terry Labonte. He thought he had a tire going down, so Andy Graves called him in right before they came out with a caution. So he waited and then came back in. 4th new tires for Terry Labonte. The tires were fine. So what they did was they unhooked the sway bar, made a chassis adjustment. So now they're going to see if that might fix his very, very loose condition.
When we come back, the restart in the Pocono 500. We're 9 laps in. There's the running order. Back with the green flag in a moment. Getting set to go green here at Pocono International Raceway. 9 laps on the board right now under all of a sudden heavily overcast skies.
Pace car's coming off of 3. Car's off. Get ready. Ready. Green. 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 Green.
I believe the green's out. Look at that. I love that. Only one guy going out of line, though, Mark Martin. Normally you see that whole conga line go 5 and 6 wide.
It's like a snake coming down that front straightaway, doesn't it? Look at Earnhardt.
Martin looking back towards Joe Nemechek.
Nemechek is one of those dark horses who could have a great day today. He's got the same car today that he won the pole with here last July. They've run very well. They've been fast the whole time.
Best career finish ever was here back in 1994 when he finished 3rd.
That was a Hoosier tire deal. Yeah. Hoosiers swept the field that day. Jeff Bodine won the thing, and Ward Burton was 2nd. Joe was 3rd.
Right there is where you see the power of the 6 car through the flat part of the racetrack, his favorite part of the racetrack. It looks like Mark Martin's a little bit better than Dale Earnhardt in that particular corner. And he says if you go through 3 real fast, you should be able to be pretty good in turns 1 and he said you just have to live with 2.
Yeah, that's right. And again, it's a track of compromise. In the old days, I mean, you really you set things up differently then than you do now. We'll talk more about it as the day continues. Steve Burns is down near the infield care center. Let's get an update, Steve.
And right now, Eli, it looks like good news. Just talked to a team spokesman. Andy Petrie just walked in the care center. They said Schrader is alert. He's complaining of soreness in his neck. And, of course, he broke his sternum, cracked it at Daytona. He does not remember much of the impact, and that's probably a good thing because, as we saw, he hit awfully hard. But, again, he is alert. He's breathing fine. They're going to run a few more tests on him, make sure he's A-OK.
Mark Martin sure has been running tight to the back end of that black number 3 car. Ever since Earnhardt passed him, Martin has been all over Earnhardt's back bumper. Not going to let him get away.
One thing about Mark Martin, though, he is very disciplined. He will not make that move until it's time. It looks like it's almost time.
Won last week at Michigan.
Eli, that's a good look at the Long Pond straightaway. This is a tunnel turn. You can see they run right on the white strip, then drift out towards the wall. And through this corner, this is the number 3 corner. You can see Jeremy Mayfield and them go right to the bottom and then swing way out as they come off the corner.
And that Long Pond straightaway looked long enough, and it's 700 feet shorter than the straightaway these guys are on right now, which is a full 7/10 of a mile.
It's funny, you go through the garage and you talk to the drivers and ask them which turn do they like best. And I asked Bill Elliott this morning, I said, what's your best part of the racetrack? He said, the tunnel. I said, you mean the tunnel turn? He says, no, the tunnel when I'm driving out. He says, I'm not as fast here as I used to be.
There's problems. Rusty Wallace with all sorts of smoke.
He's loose. The car's getting away from him. He was very lucky to get control of that race car again. It got completely sideways as he was going through turns 1.
Remember that Rusty has had some terrible luck here over the years with engine failures, with cut tires that took out oil and fuel lines. Remember, he was leading here in 1995 and at the pit for fuel with 15 laps to go. And I believe their day is done.
Hard to imagine. There it is.
Now here's a great battle. 5th place on the line right there.
Yeah, you have to remember there's still oil down there. As these two fight into turn 1, you see Earnhardt give way there. Let Mark Martin take the inside of the racetrack. He didn't want to go in there and maybe get himself into that oil.
Of course, everybody getting through there fairly well. Doesn't look as though might have just been water he put down. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, Rusty hasn't made it around yet either. It's going to be interesting to see with no banking to help you here, folks. Remember that. You just can't coast around 2.5 miles here like you can at Daytona or Talladega.
Rusty's got a long way to go before he gets to the pit area.
How about the point standings we had talked about when we came on the air? Rusty takes one of those escape roads. Watch this save that Rusty made over there in turn number 1.
You can see it's losing a lot of fluids out of the back. The back end starts around. He fights this car. Twice it gets sideways on him. He decides to use a lot of racetrack there, get up out of the racing groove, and that's another reason you didn't see a caution is because he got the car out of the racing groove there in the middle part of the corner.
You see, he gets out of the way now off one of the escape routes. You see Derek Cope give him some extra room there in the corner?
Smart move by Cope. Well, this is interesting. A couple of the youngsters in Winston Cup, 29-year-old Jeremy Mayfield out in front, 26-year-old Jeff Gordon behind him. Not many guys in today's race in their 20s.
Jeff Gordon led early, led the first 4 laps. That's the 8th straight race that he has led this year. But now it is Jeremy Mayfield showing the way. Back to Pocono in a moment. We are are back, and there's the spread for the lead. Jeremy Mayfield on the left of your screen. Jeff Gordon on the right. Again, Jeremy was quickest in the final practice here yesterday, and Jeff Gordon was third quickest in the final practice yesterday. Meanwhile, Rusty Wallace has climbed from his machine in the garage area, no doubt terribly disappointed. Let's go to the garage.
And Eli, Rusty looking under the hood. Rusty, why is the hood up? What put you out?
I broke a crankshaft. The whole front of the motor is laying in the radiator. Crankshafts broke off. The oil pump belts are all blew off it. So a major malfunction in the front of the motor. So the whole crankshaft's laying on the ground.
Rusty, what about the green flag when they black flag you for jumping the start?
Man, I tell you, that's just their opinion. I took off when I felt like we needed to take off. I thought we crossed the flag within 3/4 of a car of each other. So I don't know. I can't fight it. Just get this over.
Tough day, Rusty.
So Rusty Wallace's day is done. There's Jeff Burton on the left of your screen. He's just moved up to 10th spot right now after starting way back in 28th position. So how's that for some making moves here early?
Remember Dover, 37th to 2nd.
You know, I was just thinking about what Rusty Wallace said, and he said the front part of the motor fell off. If it did, he saved that car without power steering because all that is hooked to the front part of the engine there. So he saved that car with power steering not working. What a great job.
Good point. Jeff Burton's move up there, by the way. 17 guys pitted on lap 7, and Schrader dropped out, so that certainly helped him gather some of that track position. Well, Chad Little's doing himself proud there, too, there on the John Deere car with whom we are riding right now, looking back at Burton.
Thank you. Chad's had some great runs all year long. Several times he was the factor at Daytona. A very good race for him down there. Showed a lot of promise in Vegas. About every place. And these cars, I guarantee you, don't lack for horsepower. Jack Roush is a master at building great motors, and you can tell that there's a lot of influence, and every one of his cars is passed on to each team.
Folks at Napa bringing you the field standings across the top of the screen at Napa Auto Parts. They keep America running. Chad Little's best finish here was way back in 1991. He finished 12th. That was before he left, went back to the NASCAR Busch Series, kind of regrouped, and came back as really a far more mature, solid driver.
And he came up here and tested. Oh, here comes Burton on the inside of Chad Little now. Teammates going to run side by side. The 97, Chad Little and the rest of his team came up here and tested. They did test with the tire that we're running today, but interestingly, the only testing they did was with a qualifying setup rather than a race setup. But he's got Jeff Hammond in his camp now, and Jeff Hammond's one of the sharpest chassis guys ever in Winston Cup racing, and he's made a big difference in Chad Little's performance this year.
Back around 28th spot right there, some of the fellows who did pit on lap number 7. Terry Labonte, there's Rich Bickle. You've got Bobby Labonte on the right of the screen. We're riding with Bickle right now. He's in 29, splitting the Labonte brothers. And here's that long main straightaway, 3,700 feet. Shifting.
You could hear him just barely. You could hear him when he shifted. You don't use a clutch with these new improved transmissions they have. All you do is get it to a desired RPM. You just crack back on the throttle a little and jerk it in gear.
And it's not just Jericho transmissions anymore. There are all sorts of options now available.
There is. There's Tex Powell has a 101 transmission they use, and Riker has a new one out. So these guys are really into it. There's a competition in nearly every level. Everybody has racing parts. Everybody has transmission. There's different gears. Everybody is right now trying to come up with bulletproof systems.
There you see the front three. Dale Jarrett having closed in on Jeff Gordon. Hey, Glenn, I'm hearing some radio communication that maybe your brother can't either talk to the pits or he can't hear them. Are you hearing the same deal?
Yeah, Eli, we're hearing the same deal. And I mean, for you fans out there, can you imagine a Jarrett not being able to talk? My goodness, this is terrible. Now, what the problem they got is they cannot hear DJ, but DJ can hear them fine. So they've gone back to the old hand signals like we used to use, buddy, before we had radios. And that is when you put the hand on the top, Let's see. The car was loose, but now they're saying put the hand on the top and it's pushing, put it on the door and it's loose. They've got it backwards. I'm going to have to go straighten them out. Meanwhile, I'm in Jeremy Mayfield's pit. He slowed down just a little bit and allowed the 24 and 88 to catch him a little. His car's just a little bit tight off the corners. It's probably due to this cloud cover. It's really nice and cool out here. But as I say that, Jeremy stretches the lead open again. So I asked Paul Andrews if a car like the cloud cover. He said, don't matter. We're good anywhere.
You know, the real problem won't be whether Dale Jarrett can talk or not. The real problem is he can't tell his crew. I mean, you can't say I'm just a little bit tight by touching the roof or using the lower part of the door for a signal to your crew. Not being able to communicate, you can't make the adjustments on your stops that you need to make.
Good scramble right there. You've got Bert Earnhardt, Joe Nemechek. Of course, in the old days, as Glenn said, you go back to the hand signals too. But in those days, everybody had the hand signals, so you weren't at a disadvantage. Here, if one guy's missing the radio, it does put you at a big disadvantage.
But there have been races where you don't need to improve the handling of a car, and Dale Jarrett's car looks pretty darn good right now. He's running the front bunch down now, and if anything, he may be the quickest car on the track.
There is Jarrett now, having made the move around Gordon to grab second spot. So give Dale Jarrett second place.
DJ is driving Black & Decker. You've probably heard that name before in other television broadcasts at Winston Cup. Oldest car that they've got. That car is so old.
How old?
It's old enough that the late Davey Allison won races in Black & Decker.
Yeah. You can bet it's a good car.
Back to Glenn Jarrett with more.
Hey, buddy, you hit the nail right on the head when you said they didn't know what to do to the car for DJ because he couldn't tell them. The Racing Radios people were down here. They have put some new connectors here. They're going to try to change them, but they're going to need a caution flag pit stop to be able to do that. Right now, DJ says his car is good. Meanwhile, just like Jeremy Mayfield said his was a little tight, Jeff Gordon is reporting his car is now tight under this cloud cover.
So Jeremy Mayfield continues to lead. 26 laps of 200 on the board. Still early here on TNN Motorsports. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Pocono 500 is being brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. By the Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. And by Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil, nothing outperforms Mobil 1. Well, with his radio not working, he may not be able to brag on himself to the crew, but no need. Everybody knows Dale Jarrett can drive a race car, and he has driven it right to the front here at Pocono. Last time through this corner, we'll take you back and show you what happened. It was just 1 minute ago.
Going down, you see the great speed of the 88 there of Dale Jarrett. Going into turn one, he gets the inside or preferred line right to the bottom. Jeremy didn't even put up a battle going in there.
The 10th time that Dale Jarrett has led here in a race at Pocono.
He's one of the very few people here who do not use a lot of brake going into that corner. He says he just doesn't use it because he'd rather let the car drift in. He said the most important part of turn one is not getting in, but getting out. Still, he beat him going in, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Hey, if you're strong, you're strong.
Well, these three cars are a great story right now, but just behind them, Mark Martin, ever so closely, moves in on the front three.
And there you see those cars now having pulled away by 6 seconds from Martin back to his corporate teammate, Jeff Burton. It is 6 seconds, so that's what Mark Martin's seeing, but if you look behind him, it's 6 seconds back to the next guy in line. So field does tend at times to get spread out here at Pocono.
You really see the cloud cover in this shot, and this is something that we really did not anticipate today, but this cloud is hanging right over the top of the speedway, and this is one of those racetracks where overcast, heat, and all the other weather factors do change the way the race car behaves.
The flat turn 3, the RPMs will drop down some.
looks to me like the car in third place, Jeff Gordon, maybe getting just a little bit on the loose side. Coming out of the flat corner there, coming towards the front straightaway just then. I noticed the car moving around just a little bit.
Well, as Jeff Gordon told us on Friday, too, and Steve, you remember he said that when the car is working correctly, you're going to be a little bit loose because of the compromised setup coming out of 3.
Exactly right, Eli. We heard Jeff Gordon radio into Ray Evernham. Now, pit stops are going to be in approximately 8 laps. And Jeff Gordon said right now the car is loose on all 3 corners. Now, he's not in a desperate situation, but when they come into pit, they'll likely make chassis adjustments. Also, Ward Burton in the 22 is reporting to be loose.
So Ward running in 6th spot, he's loose. Gordon's running in 3rd, he's loose.
Mark Martin's not loose. He's flying right at the moment. He's the quickest on the computer that I'm looking at right now per lap. He's the fastest car out there.
Last lap for Martin, 162.9, now 162.6, but still the fastest of the lot on the racetrack at the moment.
What a year this guy Mark Martin has had. We're talking about him winning 4 Winston Cup races, but let's not forget that he also won the Winston at Charlotte. He won that Busch Grand National race at Charlotte. He won IROC in California. He's got 7 big league wins this year so far.
And interestingly, leads every active driver by posting wins at 16 different tracks that are currently on the circuit. Has never won here. Again, he's 0 for 22 here, but he's done what many others have not done. Won at 16 current active racetracks.
And remember when he came here and he showed his stuff and nobody would pick him up when he ran out of sponsor money and had to go back to the ASA where he promptly won a championship? Hard to believe that nobody saw the potential in that guy.
How good has Mark Martin been? 7 top 5s, 10 top 10s with 4 wins. That's pretty strong.
We're closing in on pit stops, so why don't we break away quickly and then come back for the expected green flag stops. Appreciate your watching. We're coming right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're under caution. That is the reason why, and let's be honest and say the smoke has abated a good bit since it first started coming out of Joe Nemechek's car. He's already pitted once, and the crew is going to bring him in again. They popped the hood the first time, Dick, and apparently didn't find what they were looking for.
No, but that's what Joe Nemechek was worried about this morning in the garage. Engines. This is the 3rd time in 5 June races at Pocono that he has had engine problems. They really do twist him here. They're near 9,000 RPM. He said he was going to turn 8,900. He had his fingers crossed. Something's gone amiss under the hood, however.
Let's go down to Glenn Jarrett.
Guys, I went around and asked most of the crew chiefs of the guys that qualified in the top 10 or top 15 about the gears they were running. Most of them were running 380 gears here, but a couple of them were running 389s. The 2 car, he's blown up. The 12 car had a 389. Joe Nemechek's car had a 391 gear in it. That's the lowest gear ratio that I found of anybody that I asked. He could be paying the price now.
Interesting. And of course, in the old days, again, gearing was such a big story. It still is. But now with that overdrive in the transmission, it takes some of that pressure away.
It does that, Eli, but one thing you have to remember, that was from the center part of the car, so I wouldn't even want to speculate as to why, but he's definitely losing all fluids out from under the car there. It could be transmission, it could be gear, or it could be anything up near the motor parts, but when they raised the hood and put it right back down, that kind of eliminated my idea of thinking he had a motor problem.
Well, they're looking beneath the car, maybe working on the transmission now as the crew climbs under. By the way, we need to report that Dale Earnhardt has radioed into his crew telling them to please apologize to Schrader and the Andy Petrie bunch for the contact that sent Kenny up into the wall back on lap number 6. So Dale Earnhardt feeling very sorry, and he did radio in and asked everybody to please make the appropriate apologies. Pit stops, lap 36, Matt Yoakum.
Jeff Gordon hits his marks, already going to work on the DuPont Chevy. Jeff says his car is a tick on the loose side, so they're going to adjust with air pressure and change 4 tires. The captain is going to make sure he packs it full of fuel. Good stop. Now let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Dale Jarrett is in. The right sides are already on. They're on the left side now. There were no chassis adjustments. He did signal them. Oh, Jeff Gordon beat him out. He did beat Mayfield, but Gordon beat them all out. But Dale Jarrett did signal that the car was okay. It did not need a chassis adjustment.
Everybody's scrambling for position. One of those rare times when there'll be nobody on the racetrack except the pace car. Every single car came down the pit lane because everybody was on the lead lap, and Nemechek was already in as well. Now they're all catching back up to the pace car. But, stops at lap number 36 because of the second caution of the day, brought out with the smoke trailing from behind the Bell South car of Joe Nemechek. They check the tires, we check this, and we'll return in a moment.
Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, IndyCar, World of Outlaws, IRL, and a major sponsor of NHRA. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer needs at 800-800-1230. Radio communications are provided by Racing Radios. For all your racing communications needs as well as scanners, call on Racing Radios at 1-800-669-1522. And by LA West Luxury Vans. LA West vans are available at select Ford dealerships nationwide. Call us at 800-786-VANS.
Part of the crowd on hand here at Pocono International Raceway. You know, they added those 15,000 seats a year ago, and they're all sold again. Smoke still coming from beneath Joe Nemechek's car.
I mean, a bunch, too. That's not good.
They've been under it several times so far, unable to either figure out what the problem is or at least unable to fix it. They're not going to let them keep going like that.
So we remain under the caution. Hey, want to take a quick second to say happy birthday to one of the ladies who is responsible for putting up the information that you guys read on the screen at home. Mary Lou White, part of our graphics team here at the racetrack on the weekends. Maybe she just typed up those words right there that you're seeing. In any event, Mary Lou, happy birthday to you. Many, many more happy returns.
And a happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Very much so. Happy Father's Day to everybody.
I want to say a special happy Father's Day to my dad, Buck Baker, at home. He's been my hero since I was a little boy. Dad, I love you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Still looking beneath the car. There's Jeff Gordon. That's what happened at turn number 2 and 3. Back on lap number 6, Kenny Schrader tagged by Earnhardt, who has apologized. But Schrader's day done. And then Rusty Wallace lost an engine, saved the race car, but his day is done. That after lap number 13. So you're up to speed on the attrition rate. Looks like the transmission area. Maybe a transmission seal or something that's busted loose there on Nemechek's car, whatever. The reason we're still under caution is something we have seen over the years here at Pocono. There is four-legged wildlife that has made its way onto the racetrack.
As opposed to infield fans.
I must tell you, there's some two-legged wildlife around, too. Woo.
They're double-checking on a couple of rabbits that have made their way towards the racing surface. So while the crews check on that, Ray Evernham waits, as do we. More racing coming up in a moment. Well, they've got that wascally wabbit up against the wall. Oh, and they got him. There you go.
Oh, bless their hearts.
Good job. You can imagine what the noise and all must be like, because this area is populated seriously by, we've seen deer, rabbits, all sorts of animals over the years. I'm glad they were able to get that guy okay. There's the pit summary. Who did what well, and then who didn't do all that well. Look at old Wally Dallenbach, came in 10th. Matt Yoakum, he went out 22nd. What was the deal down there?
Eli, some bad luck during the pit stop. They have a new rear tire changer, Todd Gant, going over the wall this week. But when he put the left rear on the hub, the lug nuts fell off, so he had to put them on by hand, and that cost them plenty of time on pit road.
So there is Wally running in 22nd. Also, we'll tell you that Bobby Labonte had to make an extra pit stop. He hit a tire on the pit lane when he exited pit road. And Ernie Irvin's got some problems. That car's stuck in 4th gear. So Ernie is going to have a tough time getting going in that Skittles car as we continue. While we remain under the caution, how about a Home Depot driver profile? Brought to you by Home Depot, where low prices are just the beginning. Dallenbach's life has always involved racing. He first found success in the SCCA Trans Am Series. He won championships in 1988 and 89. But some of Wally's proudest moments revolve around his victories at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona.
It's a difficult race, and I was fortunate enough to win it 4 times. And Jack had an awesome team. I mean, that car was just like a clock. It just kept going, and it was a lot of fun. The only way to have fun at the 24-hour is to win. I've been a second there, and I would have rather been the first car out. So it was neat to be part of that.
Wally began running NASCAR Winston Cup events in 1991, and in 95 had his best finish to date, a second at Watkins Glen.
I needed it at the time, and Bill Davis needed it at the time, and it was good that it was good for both of us, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, this stuff is so hard and so difficult that it's got to be fun somewhere along the line, and that was one of those weekends where it was just a blast.
Now Wally is embarking on a new chapter in his Winston Cup career as the substitute driver for Ricky Craven in the number 50 Budweiser Chevy.
I don't look at it as a high-pressure deal. I'm with a good team, and we're running good, and it may last only for a few weeks, and then we move on. So what do I got to lose? I'm going to stand on it, and it doesn't matter whether it's flat out or blowout. I'm not worried about points or anything like that. These guys want to win, period.
Wally Dallenbach, very talented young racer from a big-time racing family. Of course, his dad, Wally Dallenbach Sr., great racer, went on to be chief steward in the world of IndyCar competition. Very, very talented young man.
He's going to run next week at Sears Point, and he's going to run Daytona. Ricky Craven had hoped to come back for Daytona. They've decided that it'd be better off to let Wally Dallenbach run. The cars run so stiffly sprung, as Buddy Baker well knows at Daytona, that they're going to let Craven have another week off.
Well, that's what happens after pit stops, Steve Burns. Everybody lines up at the gas station.
Yeah, bit of a traffic jam back here, Eli, in the garage area. Now, every one of the Winston Cup teams will have gas men here. These are gas runners in particular. Each one of these cans holds 11 gallons, so they'll bring them back here to the Unocal 76 pumps and get them filled back up. Kind of a bit of strategy here now. They want to get these cans filled up as fast as they can and get back to pit road in case there's another pit stop. So again, they go back to the Unocal pumps and circle back around to pit road.
Let's talk about the gas fuel cell itself. Dick, you and I were all down in the garage early this morning, and you stumbled upon something very unusual about the fuel cells earlier this morning.
Well, Wally Dallenbach's fuel cell is something I've never seen before on a paved track. What they were doing was dropping the fuel cell down in the chassis. They came with the fuel cell mounted higher so they could transfer a little bit more weight to the right rear tire in the turns. They thought they could maybe do a bit better by lowering it, so they brought out the torches, brought out the welder, dropped the whole thing 3 inches. That's something you do on dirt. If you're going to run a dirt track, if the dirt track is loose, you run a high fuel cell. If it's dry, slick, you run it down low. I just never saw that on pavement, though.
Yeah, well, what it does, it gives it tremendous bite off the corner. It gets forward bite and keeps it from sliding the back out when you lower it like that. And, of course, when you start using the fuel out, the only thing you do is get a higher percentage rate back towards the front of the car. But that's pretty smart that they would think of that.
Now we are still under caution because the heavy cloud that has moved overhead the track has started dropping some precipitation. Not so much in that end of the racetrack, but down by turn number 3. It has started to rain, and they have got the jet blower out there, and they're going to try and stay atop. That's as you can see, what's overhead of us here. And we've had clear, sunshiny days the last 3 days up here. Temperatures in the 90s. Our crew always inventive, staying out of the rain, either that or, well, no, I'd better not say what I was going to say.
I was looking at
Shutting
that cloud.
up is the better part of discretion right there.
I was looking at that cloud, Eli. It's slower than I am at 6 o'clock in the morning. I was just looking at it. It's not moving.
But now the rain begins to fall on pit road also. The teams are putting the tarpaulins out to keep their pit stalls covered. So the weather guesser, unfortunately, coming up shy on this one. They promised a beautiful day. Well, there's always some beautiful things amongst the clouds. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Pocono 500 is being brought to you by the Home Depot, where low prices are just the beginning. By Eagle One A to Z Wheel Cleaner. Spray on, hose off, towel dry, easy as 1, 2, 3. And by Winner International, makers of the club, #1 in auto security. Welcome back. You see they're covering up the pits, and if you look in the background, you now know that we are 22 seconds into a red flag period. The rain has now dampened the 2.5-mile Pocono International Raceway. Looking at the fans, you can obviously see nobody's really gone for the umbrellas or covering up or anything. But at the same time, it is wet enough on the racetrack that we'll have to wait in the field right now of a total of 41 drivers having come to a stop, 40 of them on the racetrack, 41 being Ernie Irvin, who is on the pit lane. And of course, if you're new to NASCAR Winston Cup racing, all work on any of the cars must stop now during this red flag period. Ernie came down pit road to get the crew to try and work on the transmission. Also on pit road, Kevin LePage as well, but we are under the red. Let's make a quick run up and down the pit lane. There's Kyle Petty's car. He is 6th here at the time of the red. Let's get an update on his doings.
Eli, a bit of strategy playing out with Bobby Kennedy and the Hot Wheels bunch. Kyle said the car was too tight, but Bobby said this is a brand new tire for Pocono this event. So let's try a 2-tire pit stop, pick up some spots on the racetrack, and just see what the car will do with 2 tires. He says we don't want to try that move later in the race in case it doesn't pay off. Now let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Okay, thanks, Matt. We're standing by with Paul Andrews. Of course, he's crew chief on Jeremy Mayfield's car, who is now in 3rd place. Paul, I asked you a little earlier on when the cloud cover first came over if it really affected your car. You said it didn't matter much, but it did tighten it up a little.
It did get a little tight. I don't know if it's really the cloud cover or just, the long run on the tires. That was real close to the pit stop. And we just need a little wedge out and nothing real major. Just, it wasn't really that bad, but it was just a little snugger.
All right, I want to ask you about your conversations with Jeremy since the race started, or has he said much about the car? I know he's got a fast race car, and I know he wants that first win. Are you having to rein him in a little bit?
No, we're just kind of just trying to do what's got us here to this point. We know we've got a good chance to win today, but we feel like we got a good chance to win a lot of days. This is definitely one of his favorite racetracks, and mine too. We like coming here. But, he knows what he's got to do to get to the front or to stay in the front and also to get to the checkered flag. And everything's fine right now.
Well, as I said, Jeremy doesn't have a win yet, but this man sure does. Now, for some good news, hopefully, let's go to Steve Burns.
Yeah, good news indeed, Glenn. We're with Ken Schrader, just got out of the infield care center. First of all, Ken, what did the doc say to you in there?
Just sore. It's supposed to be, hit the wall. But, it's my left arm and my neck. Otherwise, we're okay.
Well, Ken, take a look at the helmet here. What did that hit actually inside your race car?
I don't know, but it was something a lot harder than the helmet. I guess probably the left door or something. It cracked it all the way up to there. So just want to thank Bell. I got no head problems, just cracked helmet.
Ken, I don't know if it's any consolation, but Dale Earnhardt radioed to your crew and said to apologize for the incident.
That's what he did last time he wrecked me, too.
Thanks, Ken.
Ken Schrader out of the infield care center, raced earlier this week at Farmer City Speedway in Illinois. But his day obviously done. He's going to be sore puppy there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, he sure is, but it's a good thing that helmet worked. And importantly, that helmet did not fail, even though it was cracked. Some people look at a cracked crash helmet and they assume that shouldn't be that way. But if the helmet does not absorb the impact, the guy's head has to do it. So there's got to be a point where those helmets do break, and that one did, and it did its job and did it well.
If you're just joining us, what we are talking of is that incident right there at lap number 6. Earnhardt nudging Ken Schrader just enough to spin him and send him into the wall, driver's side first. And that brought out the first of what have been just 2 caution flags today. The second caution came out when Joe Nemechek's car started smoking, and in the process of cleaning things up, it has also begun to rain, and we are now 4 minutes and 21 seconds into this red flag period. Rain now is rather heavy here on the main straightaway. It is now causing the fans to seek some shelter, so it is raining far more severely now than it has been at any time, and you see the fans saying enough now. To the garage area, Andy Petrie has come forth. He's the car owner for Kenny Schrader's team, and let's hear from Andy.
And Eli, of course, Ken Schrader's okay, but it's a tough break. Andy, for the race team, you guys came in here 10th in points.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hurt us, Hate seeing this kind of thing happen. We've had some problems here with guys wrecking each other, and no penalty being drawn from anywhere from NASCAR. And I think now time for them to look at it. You know, this deal here and finally got somebody hurt and no penalties were assessed, and I think NASCAR needs to look at it a little closer.
Andy, your feelings, Dale Earnhardt said to his spotter to tell your spotter that he apologized. Your feelings about that? You used to work with him.
Yeah, that's easy to apologize. I mean, that, you know, I don't want to hear that. I got a hurt driver over here.
As you can tell, emotions fairly short in the aftermath of the incident. NASCAR is now told the crews to come on out and cover up the race cars, as clearly you can see. The man who leads, Jeff Gordon, he's atop the leaderboard. His crew chief is Ray Evernham. Let's check in with the Rainbow Warriors.
Well, Ray, the rain coming down a little bit harder now. Your car was a little bit loose before that first pit stop. Now, how is the rain on the racetrack here going to affect the handling of the car?
I don't know. Actually, it was a little tight and loose, a little tight behind, a little loose out front. You know, just not good balance. We made a little air pressure change and different set of tires. We'll see, but this track is going to change a lot today, so hopefully we'll be good at the end.
Everybody says this place always a fuel mileage battle. You guys have improved your mileage, but you guys pitted a little bit earlier than your 40 laps. How is that going to come into play?
I think these cautions put everybody else back in the window, and we'll have to have a few more cautions before we go back to green. So I don't know if we've improved our fuel mileage. You know, we've just kind of caught up to everybody else. And I want to say happy Father's Day for my dad, and thanks for everything he's done for us.
Well, the Chief Warrior trying to wait the rain out like the rest of us.
Jeff Gordon currently leading. There you see how he has fared. Isn't that something? 30 wins in 107 starts.
Percentage is mind-boggling, 28%. Now look at this. Well, we've got rain at the racetrack, but that's about the only place we have it. Around here, we've got blue sky just beyond.
The 2.5 miles of this track being pelted down by rain, but as you can clearly see out back, it's clear. So we wait. Hope you can wait with us as well. Back in a moment.
Mack Trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sale. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK. Visit, experience, shop Simpson World, a racer and race fan superstore, now open in Mooresville, North Carolina, Indianapolis, Indiana, Torrance, California, and opening soon in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Race fans, you make the call. New LCI long-distance customers receive 30 minutes of free calling and a calling card featuring participating drivers. Don't delay. Call now, 1-888-TEAM-LCI.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue here at the Pocono 500. Rain delay now 10 minutes and 10 seconds old, although the caution period itself was for 9 laps and the cleanup of Joe Nemechek's problems. And then after that, NASCAR decided to throw the red flag when the rain began to pelt the speedway. It has been very frustrating, as we showed you before, because there's brilliant blue sky all around, except over the 2.5 miles. And as you see, NASCAR has just given the okay for the drivers, in that case Jeff Gordon and Jeremy Mayfield, to climb from their cars and head back towards the garage area while we wait. And that's one thing about this particular track too, being as flat as it is not a self-drying racetrack, as Steve Grissom and Derek Cope talk things over. You don't have any banking to help get rid of the water, so you tend to have some standing water on a flat track like Pocono.
And the other thing you don't have right now is you don't have the hot surface of the racetrack. The sun's been behind clouds most of the event, so you can see right there it's coming down pretty good.
And the weatherman really said nothing of this today. They said maybe yesterday, which never did materialize as far as any rain problems, so I guess we're about a day behind the schedule. Ricky Rudd talking things over with his bunch, and Glenn Jarrett is down on the pit lane. Glenn, they tell me you've got Oliver North with you.
Yeah, Eli, I do, and what an honor for me, first of all. Glenn Jarrett, pleasure to meet you, sir. And what brings you here to Pocono?
Eli brought me here. Eli, the last time you and I were together was down in Richmond.
Exactly,
so that's
right.
how long that's been.
I remember that.
I did not come up here for a rain delay, so I expect you to clear this up and do so right away, because I want to see the rest of this great race.
I'm told that he has better contacts than I do, Glenn.
Eli just said that you have better contacts than he does.
Well, I'll work on it. You do the same. We'll have a great race.
Now, seriously enough, you must like this stuff if you come up.
Yeah, I love it. Come as often as I can. Joe Gibbs and I are great friends. Bobby's not having a great day yet, but there's a lot of racing yet to go.
Well, now, folks, you see him now. He doesn't have a hat on, but he took a hat off, and the thing that I saw, it had Cale Yarborough's autograph on the bill.
It did have Cale Yarborough's autograph on the bill. Cale's a great friend, and he and I advertise another product, but I'm here with the Mobil 1 team right now and glad to be here.
A question for you. What are you doing now? What's the future hold for you? Got to ask.
I'm making armor for good cops all across America. We just got a good bill through the Congress. The president signed to help communities buy armor for cops. That's going to be good for my company and good for America's law enforcement.
Well, we appreciate that. Great seeing you here. Enjoy the race.
Thanks.
That's very true. Good to see you. Last time I was still working over on the radio side, and Barney Hall and the MRN crew and I were doing a broadcast at Richmond, and who comes wandering in? Oliver North. We'd never met the man. Didn't know him other than by recognizing him from the newspapers and TV reports. And interesting, who is a NASCAR fan and really transcends all walks of life.
Eli, just as you said, you can see the blue skies right there. There's one black cloud. It just went clockwise around the racetrack. It's still hovering right over the racetrack.
Chad Little and the bunch looking on. Race fans seeking shelter as best they can. Actually, that picture is somewhat deceptive. That blue sky you saw looks like it's right behind us. It really is somewhat off to our rear flank, but nevertheless, the big dark stuff is what's wreaking havoc upon us right now. Let's get an update on the Nemechek team. Again, remember, they had all that smoke coming out of the Bell South car. That's what put out that first caution, or the second caution at lap 33. Steve, what are they saying when they get back to work?
Well, Joe Nemechek is right here, the driver of the Bell South car. Joe, what is the prognosis for the car? What can your crew do once the red flag is done?
Well, they're in process putting new transmission in. We don't really know what happened. All of a sudden, going in the tunnel turn, smoke just erupted out from underneath. And I'm not sure if it has a leak somewhere or if it's overfilling or what was happening, but we can't get it to stop. So they're going to put a new transmission in, check all the lines out, and we'll go back out.
How about the racetrack, Joe? How's it handling, the car handling? What are the conditions?
Well, the conditions, my car wasn't quite as good as yesterday, but we had to start on the tires that we qualified on. So I'm hoping I'm attributing to that. You know, we think yesterday afternoon I was really happy with my car. We weren't super good that first run, but the car is right there. It can be competitive. Those first four guys kind of took off and left, but hey, you know, we're just gonna have to get back out and do the best we can right now. You know, Sterling's running good and Jeff Green's running good, so hopefully they can make a good day out of it.
All right, best of luck, Joe. And Eli, the good news is it's just barely raining down here in the garage area.
Well, it's certainly good news. Again, a lengthy drying process, though. You can see looking from here, turn 1, back towards 3, you see all that wet standing water.
Exactly, but look at turn 3 there. It's really shiny. Down towards 1 is not that wet. This racetrack is so massive, it can rain in one corner and not around the whole racetrack.
And there you see over towards turn 3 and all, and clearly you can see the reflection. So still very, very wet here at Pocono. One thing that took place here a couple of days ago, the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration had a big press conference here. They enlisted the aid of 9 top NASCAR drivers to help promote the use of seat belts. You know, 31% of Americans still don't buckle up. And as part of this program, a public service announcement has been created for use on television, featuring NASCAR drivers to talk about buckling up. As we break away, why don't you check out this important message? We are back here at Pocono International Raceway. The main straightaway fairly dry. Turn 1 pretty dry. The rest of the racetrack is sopping wet from rain. It's just that big, a sprawling. This track always looks to me, when you drive through, always looks to be the biggest on the circuit. That's 2.5, as are other tracks, 2.5 miles. But because it's triangular, it just always looks farther from here at the start-finish line out towards the farthest point of this racetrack than even Daytona or Talladega.
Well, the place is so big that a few years ago, Doc Mattioli was going to set this whole thing up as an independent town.
Remember that?
Yeah, going to split away, and he was going to have all his, the government was going to be here. The whole thing was going to be just a separate town, and it's surely big enough to do that.
You know, when I look at this racetrack, I remember when I was running for Hoss Ellington here,
right,
and we were leading the race and went down the back straightaway and started in through the tunnel turn. And of course, it rained so very hard that I got all on top of the wall, tore the car all up. Come around, they had the red flag out because of rain.
Right.
I was the only one that crashed, and he said, I told him, I said, I just wrecked up in the corner, it's raining. And he says, how does my car, it's the only car that it rained on. I don't understand. How did you get in the wall and nobody else? I said, when they seen me going up towards the crowd in turns 2 over there, I was on top of the wall. And everybody slowed down. They got through, of course.
I hear you. It always happens. Take a look at how some of the teams have done this year. The Roush team, the Hendrick teams, all the multi-car teams that we've been talking so much about over the course of the season. 34 top 10s for Roush Racing, along with the 4 wins. And Hendrick Motorsports also. And there is a method to our madness of putting those numbers up right there, because one Jack Roush has just come into our booth. Pull up a chair, Jack. Good to see you. A lot of folks may not know that you've been up here spotting on the roof, and you're a smart man. You came in to get out of the rain. Good to see you.
Yeah, the Mattiolis invited me to come down and go in their suite here and have a little bite to eat, and then I walked by your room here, and somebody came out and got me. This rain's really a surprise. I don't think it's going to last very long. I thought it was just going to be a few drops. You really couldn't see the reason for it up on top.
No, but all of a sudden it came upon us. Well, right now you've got Jeff Burton solidly in 4th. I'll tell you, when everybody made pit stops early and he stayed out, got a good bit of track position, but he's been quick all day too.
Yeah, Jeff is qualified not well, certainly not as well as he'd been running, and he's come from the back. So among our cars, he's the best right now on the racetrack. Mark's been a little loose. They're going to get him tightened up. Johnny Benson in the Cheerios car, he's been a little tight. So the track has really been a surprise because it's been overcast, and I think it's caught everybody off guard a little bit.
Got some changes to work with here, Jack. You've got a new body. This is the first time at Pocono with the Taurus, and a new tire. Which has been the most difficult for you to get the speed out of?
Well, the Goodyear tires have been just really great all year. We've had no complaints for those, absolutely. The Taurus body is something we don't know much about. You know, this is the fastest racetrack in terms of importance of body and drag with the unrestricted engines, and that was going to be an unknown for us coming here. We think we're disadvantaged a little for straightaway speed. The guys in the engine room have been working really hard. We're certainly not blaming them for it, but you know, they've made some real gains, and if we brought our last year's engine with our Taurus here this year, I'm sure we wouldn't look as good as we have, but we hope to be able to handle good and adapt to it. 99 team had a great pit stop, and Mark's group had a good pit stop. The 26 is doing well in that regard today, and so we're hoping to race on pit road and make up for the difference in the Taurus on speed.
That's Jack Roush, who is with us here in the booth. There you see how the Roush racing teams are doing. You know, another young man who has been the beneficiary of Jack Roush's touch, or at least guidance and maybe future planning, young Matt Kenseth over on the NASCAR Busch Series. What a talented young guy he is.
Yeah, Matt Kenseth and the Reiser family have done a really nice job. They came to us early in the year with Mark kind of sponsoring them and saying, you know, what could we do to do better here and get a sponsor and get our program going. And Mark and Jimmy Fennig laid out what the requirements they thought were for personnel and for cars, and of course made that harder than it might have otherwise been, because they thought they needed some really nice stuff. So they got the team organized and they got him some nice cars. We found a sponsor for him, and they're doing a really good job. We don't have a economic involvement in the team. We're not putting any money into it, and we don't have any ownership, but we're just kind of overlooking them, and they're really good people. The Reiser family is certainly motivated, doing a nice job, and Matt is ready to go.
Definitely so.
Jack, I have a question to ask you. We're always talking about fuel mileage, and it may come down to the car that has the best fuel mileage. You guys went to work last year. You lost a race on fuel mileage, and you guys really put your heads together and come up with great fuel mileage and still have the horsepower. What do you do to one?
Well, the biggest part of my problem with fuel mileage before is that when we had our cars draggier than they are today, there was a period of time when we had really draggy cars for Mark, and we had to get that straightened out. When we were in that scenario, I put the absolute maximum amount of timing in the engine to be able to make the most power, and that always costs you sometimes a half a mile to the gallon. So we were struggling with the engine to get it to do the job, and not able to get the fuel mileage. And about a year ago, we said, you know, we're going to have to stop going for that last 4 or 5 horsepower and lean it down, and that's what we've been doing. We're 4 or 5 horsepower off here from what we would be for Optima, and looking at fuel mileage as being the thing that's most important.
Well, the guy's got to catch a cat nap anyway he can. Looks like the guys are just kind of sacking out. Good bunch of guys. Jack, stay with us. Glenn Jarrett's got a story down on pit road.
Yeah, Eli, and we're standing down here in front of the points leader, Jeremy Mayfield's pits. You're taking a look at his, next to him there is Ted Musgrave. Look over here to my left at this massive tarp they put out here. Now, I measured this thing. On the ground there, it's about 13 by 8 feet. That's about 104 square feet. Covers the whole pit box. Look right next door here. And we're taking, remember, that's the guy leading the pits. This is Ted Musgrave. Now, he's back outside the top 20. They didn't cover as much of his pits. Now, I'm just having a little bit of fun with that. The reason that Jeremy's guys did that, they told me, is to make sure that when they go back to racing, they don't want any wet pavement, nobody to possibly slip and fall. They're chasing that championship. But there's one thing I'm still wondering about, and that's this guy sitting right here. Now, he's asleep, and I'm not going to wake him up, but he thinks he's catching some rays out here. And
yeah, I know that guy pretty well. That's Tony Martin. He works for me. We're going to have to talk about that a little later. I'm not sure we're going to pay him for a full day here.
Hey, Tony, I hate to tell you this, man, but Jack just said there was a question about whether you're going to get paid for a full day.
I don't believe I'm going to get it, am I?
Jack, no, what he told me he was doing, Jack, he was keeping this pavement dry for the rest of the guys, okay?
There you go. Yeah, he needs to spread out a little more than that.
Jack Roush is with us. When we come back, we'll talk another moment or so with him and then continue during this rain delay here at the Poconos. Jeff Gordon leads. We're at lap 42 under the red flag. We are back at the Pocono International Raceway. A rain delay now of 27 minutes and 45 seconds. The red flag has been out for that length of time, and having attended many a race here since 1976, one has to guess at least another half hour, maybe even more than that, before the track is dry, should there be no additional rain. There you see Jeff Gordon's DuPont Chevrolet. He leads. Dale Jarrett is second. Jeremy Mayfield third. Jeff Burton fourth. And Mark Martin fifth. Jack Roush has joined us here in the booth, the owner of Roush Racing. We had a feature earlier in the telecast, a feature on Wally Dallenbach as the driver of the day. We gave him that honor, and he talked about some of the best accomplishments he's ever had in SCCA Trans Am racing and winning the Rolex 24 at Daytona for Roush Racing. How about from your standpoint personally? You've had so many huge successes over the years. What stands out? What's the biggest?
Well, the move that I made into Winston Cup was the end of a progression of increasingly difficult tasks in motorsport from a business point of view. When we looked at the prospect of getting in 1978, I made my decision that's where I wanted the company to go. The racing side of the company, at least. We looked at what was going to be required resource-wise, personnel-wise, and our understandings. We decided we needed to do some other things first. So we made the next decade really building engines for other people. We established acquaintance and friendship with the Wood brothers. They graced me with invitations to the Daytona 500. The day when David Pearson got tangled with Richard Petty and Pearson wound up going through the grass to take the green flag, I was a guest of the Wood brothers. I was in their pits that day watching. And so anyway, we were trying to get up to speed and garner resources, get ready to go. It took 10 years to do that. In that process, we built engines for a lot of good teams, and we road raced. And in the road racing era, you know, the most significant, we really won about half the races that we entered with multiple car teams there, had really a good run. But the 24 hours of Daytona races that we entered in, 10 of those to this point are the most significant, the most enjoyable thing that I've been involved with.
Let's talk technology. You are a racer and an engineer both. What's the next cutting edge change that you anticipate in racing technology? Where are we going next?
Well, the overall question of safety has certainly in the 20th century made quite a leap. You know, particularly in Winston Cup, the drivers are reasonably safe when you look at the things that have historically happened in motorsports and even the things that happen in other series elsewhere in the world. So NASCAR and the Winston Cup series in particular is at the head of that progression. And I think that there'll be another pretty good leap there. I suspect that there will be additional requirements in the next decade put on the first decade of the 21st century, put on racetracks as far as barriers and kind of runoff things, with all the computer simulations that are used for every aspect of our life today, you know, and many of those things affecting safety and well-being. I'm sure that'll come into play with the design construction of the racetracks. There's also the prospect of carrying some of the things that are done with complex computer organized safety systems and airbags and things in cars. And I see that as a great risk to the manufacturers of those from a legality point of view, and a great risk to the sanctioning body that might have the courage to go on and do that. But eventually we'll have airbags and we'll have other restraint means that will pose a greater margin of safety for the drivers. Competition-wise, I don't think we need to change a thing. I think that the basic formula that's organized by NASCAR is satisfying to the fans. It certainly provides plenty of work and challenge for the teams. And I think that not changing that much would be in everybody's best interest.
Well, the packed grandstands attest to how well things are going in the world of racing. Jack Roush, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Before he leaves, I want to say something. I want someday, P51 is your little hot rod, I understand. Quite a pilot you are.
Well, I'm really enjoying aviation. You know, in my second half century, I looked at all the things that were kind of spooling down, you know, for excitement, and getting traffic tickets is no longer any fun, you know. And so I needed to do something else, and so we've also got the problem going to and from these racetracks. So it all came together for me, and with becoming a pilot a few years ago, and the Mustang, we're having a great time. And I'd like to extend an invitation to you and anybody else in the booth who'd like to go for a ride sometime. The difficulty I had with Mark getting him in the airplane, you know, is every time he'd been upside down, he'd always broken a bone or hurt his head in some way. And we'll go upside down in that airplane. I promise not to hurt you.
I'd love to. I'll take you up on it.
You got a deal. Jack, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Jack Roush with us here at Pocono International Raceway as the rain falls, and this rain delay, the red flag, now 34 minutes in duration, while the King and Aldo Andretti talk. Tell you, this is kind of frustrating here right now. It's now stopping to rain in one end of the speedway, and as we look to our right through the broadcast booth used by our radio brethren at MRN Radio, we're seeing rain now beginning to hit down on turn number 1's end of this racetrack. So we're continuing to wait. This is not without precedent. 3 times races here at Pocono have been shortened by rain. In 1974, 1986, and again 1991. No race has ever been totally lost, though, but we're still well shy of halfway, so this is not anywhere near being an official race. While we have time, why don't we bring you today's Tech Fact, brought to you by the more than 1,900 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
One of the things that we change when we go to Pocono is the transmission. At most racetracks, we run a standard automotive transmission with angle cut gears. This type of gear requires that a driver use the clutch when he shifts. Since we really only shift on restarts, it's not a big issue. But when we go to Pocono, the design of the racetrack requires some of us to shift twice per lap. So what we do is use a transmission that has straight cut gears. A driver does not have to use the clutch. Without using the clutch, he can shift faster. Faster shifting means lower lap times.
Ray Evernham, we thank him for today's Tech Fact. If you're just tuning in, we are under the red flag, the 6th red flag of the 1998 season. The first one, interestingly, that's been brought out because of rain. Drivers waiting along with everybody else in this jam-packed racetrack. Matt Yoakum has caught up with Dale Earnhardt, who right now at the red flag is in 10th spot. Matt?
Eli, the man in black, patiently waiting. How frustrating is this for a driver to run 40 or 50 laps and have to wait over a half hour, 45 minutes to get back in the car?
Nothing, just burning daylight, and you're burning up time here waiting, and don't like to do that. I like to be racing.
You know, you started 11th, you made it up to 10th. How was your car at this juncture?
Well, it's not quite as good as I'd like for it to be. It seemed a little loose in the centers, but it was still good off. So we keep tuning on it here. We maybe get it right. I need to be running fast them guys up front, but I'm not there, so we got to keep tuning on it.
You had some early contact with Kenny Schrader. What happened through your windshield?
Well, I got under him coming off of tunnel turn, and I thought he knew I was there, and I thought his spotter would tell him I was there. And when he come off in the corner, I knew he was coming, and I sort of tried to check up, but it was too late. He got down and got into my right front and spun him around, and hopefully he's not hurt too bad. I know he's going to be sore from what they tell me, but this hate to happen. Just getting there trying to race, and I figured he knew I was there. I was up to his quarter coming that short chute, and then got. He dove into the corner. He got into the right front. So, probably should have just stopped before I got to the corner and let him go in there. But I thought I'd get by him too. The 88 just got by him. Thought I'd get by him too.
You've had a pretty busy week. The National Press Corps in Washington, and also latest acquisition for DEI.
Well, had a busy week going up to Washington for our first time, and the National Press Club was a very, very honoring event, and got to speak in front of a lot of people that's heard a lot of great words spoken. For a race car driver from North Carolina, I thought that was pretty impressive, and that was a neat event. And then we got us a 15-year-old retired Budweiser Clydesdale this week. So Sarge is a new member of the Earnhardt family down there, and he's fun pet. He's enjoying himself. He's just relaxing, taking it easy. He ain't got to pull no big wagons anymore.
Well, 7 a.m. at the DEI shop. Dale was out there with Sarge, greeting everybody coming in, and said, hey, smile to your new member there. Hey, let's talk about Steve Park. His rehab has been coming along pretty well. When do you think you're to see him back into a race car?
Well, we got a little dilemma there. He's getting well quick, and the doctor says he could probably race after Daytona. And we want to get him back in as soon as we can, but we got an obligation to Darrell through Pocono, and the ideal situation would be, if Darrell's team was ready to get back in there, but we've got an agreement with Darrell and go through with that, and we tune on Steve and see if we can get ready and go test some and just see what it holds until then. But it looks like right now at the Brickyard, and Pennzoil's wanting to do a big promotion around the Brickyard and everything, and it'd be great to bring him back there, him sit on the pole and race me for the win.
Well, he's hoping for the win today, and guess what, Eli? It stopped raining down here on pit road.
Guys, I wanted to wish Hornaday a happy 40th birthday, and also congratulations on last night.
The big 4-0 for Ron Hornaday, Eli.
And indeed, he celebrated that with the win in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Load Handler 200 last night at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Got a victory over Jack Sprague, who started and finished second. Joe Ruttman, who started and finished third. Well, right now, though it's stopped raining on pit road, it is still raining elsewhere around the track. So while some folks flap the hamburgers around and the hot dogs, we're going to bring you Dave Bowman and Sam Mamolo, Shade Tree Mechanic. Welcome back, everybody. Live here at Pocono International Raceway. Good news. After 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 1 second of a rain delay, the cars have just now rolled from their parking spots on the main stretch, and we are closing in on the resumption of the Pocono 500. Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, Matt Yoakum. And that is the crew on hand here, having outwaited the rain delay. And we are back to work here at the Poconos. Jeff Gordon is the race leader. Dale Jarrett second. Jeremy Mayfield third. Jeff Burton is fourth, and Mark Martin fifth. There's Ernie Irvin, having just gotten the Skittles machine pushed off pit road. Remember, before we broke away, we told you that he had major transmission problems.
So that's the only way he could get going. He can't put his clutch down to the floor and start the engine. He's got to put the thing in gear. They push him off, turn on the ignition.
Now, bringing you back up to speed after you enjoyed Shade Tree Mechanic. That's where everybody is running right now. You can pick out your favorite as they work their way around to further dry the racetrack after the rain delay. We've had 2 cautions. One was on lap number 6 when Ken Schrader was touched by Earnhardt and put into the wall. And then Joe Nemechek began smoking heavily. The car did at lap number 33. And then before the cleanup from his problem wrapped up, the rains came. And you are up to speed, all told. So there you see where everybody is. And the 2 last retirees there, well, the last 2 on the rundown, Rusty Wallace out for the day, engine failure, and Ken Schrader gone for the day after the accident of lap number 6.
Well, they're going to take some laps now, but you can be assured that there are going to be a lot of people, maybe all the people are going to go into the pits once we get close to a green flag to put fuel in these cars.
So we told you during the rain delay that the Nemechek crew was going to work on their car some more. Steve Burns, they obviously couldn't work during the red flag period. Where are they now?
Well, Eli, most of them are underneath the Bell South car here of Joe Nemechek. There's no shortage of 3-4 sets of legs underneath the car. A brand new Jericho transmission is going to be put in underneath Nemechek's car to hopefully get him back out on the racetrack. But Eli, as you said, during the red flag period, they were not allowed to touch the car, sitting helplessly by, but now they're swarming underneath the car to get Joe back out on the racetrack.
Ricky Rudd's bunch has his car in right now. There you see Bill Engel and the boys. Also, Terry Labonte has pitted. So has Rich Bickle. Derek Culp has been in. Jeff Bodine making a pit stop. We're back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, as we ride around this Pocono International Raceway with Kyle Petty right now. He, along with everybody else, closing in on the restart after a lengthy red flag because of rain. There's Chad Little, who's had himself a pretty good start to this day. Jerry Nadeau having just pitted moments ago at lap number 44. There are still some rain showers, as you can see right there through the Chad Bodine windshield out off behind turn number 3. So not being a meteorologist, I don't know if we're out of the woods or not, but there's certainly rain showers in the area. At least the track is dry for now. Jeff Burton running in 4th place for Jack Roush, who again we want to thank for coming by and visiting with us during the rain delay a short while ago. Rich Bickle, tall guy, kind of like yourself, but I remember when they first downsized these race cars and watching the taller guys kind of fold themselves in.
Let me tell everybody, though, he's not that close to the roof. That is actually the mirror that runs right there. He's not that close to the top of the car. That's the mirror that hangs down right near the front part of the roll cage there.
From Edgerton, Wisconsin, we appreciate the update there. There's Bobby Labonte. He's made some pit stops. Finds himself in 31st right now. And Mark Martin, who is still looking for his first ever Pocono win. He is 5th on the leaderboard at this moment.
How close he sits to that steering wheel. Right on it.
Rich Bickle has come down pit road now to make a stop here at lap number 45. So he is in. Steve Grissom is in. Lake Speed made a stop. There's Rich Bickle now coming down to the attention of the number 98 crew.
They're going inside there.
Well, he had some sort of a piece of wire in his hand in that in-car shot. I wonder if they've got some sort of an ignition problem, electrical problem inside the car.
And that one crew member climbed right in. I don't know if we can see what they're doing
under the dash.
Yeah, under the dash.
Yeah, and there's the wire that he had.
You're right. He was holding that red wire in his hand. Good eyes. Good spot on that.
You can see he's removed the steering wheel right in. I was trying to use the telestrator. Did not work just then. But anyway, he has the steering wheel off the column there in his lap, so the guy has room to work and replace that wire.
Meanwhile, they've also worked on Ricky Rudd's machine, particularly on the front end of the Tide car. You see all that tape there? Matt, what'd they do?
Well, Eli, the problem, when it started raining, the tape on the front grille got wet and started to come off, so Bill Engel had to bring Ricky Rudd in to put new duct tape over the front grille. It had started to mess up the handling of the car and mess up the front downforce of that Ford Taurus.
We are just about a lap and a half away from going green, so why don't we break away and take care of some business? When we come back, the Pocono 500 will resume after a lengthy rain delay. Welcome back, everybody. We are set to go racing. You still see those storms out there to the top left of your screen. We are not really necessarily out of the woods, but the track is dry. There's Rich Bickle. Glenn, what did they change when he came down pit road?
Eli, they were working on the brake bias. That's the adjuster to give it either more or less front and rear brakes, and it wasn't working properly. Rick was trying to adjust it to make the car handle a little better. Or I said Rick, I meant Rich, but he said it wasn't working, so they took that opportunity to come in and fix that for him. We're getting ready to go green.
We are, as Mr. Bickles settles back in line on the lead lap in 40th spot, and green flag after a lengthy delay for rain. Jeff Gordon is the race leader. And there's the Pocono we're used to seeing as they flare out.
4 and 5 wide down the biggest straightaway in all of racing here. See Jeff Gordon trying to hold Dale Jarrett off, and Jeremy Mayfield making it 3 wide as they were in the center part of the corner. Jeremy Mayfield's car is a rocket ship off the corners.
Has been all day. Led lap 5 through 27. There he goes for second place. To the tunnel turn. He's got it cleanly.
Jeff Burton now moving in on Dale Jarrett. I think Jarrett's car is a lot better on long runs, but on restarts when everything's cool, his car does not seem to have the advantage it has after the racetrack and the surface gets slick.
See the rumble strip there to the left of the cars. That got put in here a few years ago. They run so low in the turns that some of the guys were kicking stones out on the racetrack, and that was causing flat tires. The rumble strips would solve that problem.
Look at Mark Martin's car going down through here close to 200 miles an hour. You see the markers there. Off, shifting gears down in the bottom part of the racetrack, making a great move.
And that's for the lead. Jeremy Mayfield draws even with Jeff Gordon. And here come Burton and Jarrett right behind them.
2 by 2 as they go down the back straightaway. You can see the 12 of Jeremy Mayfield. Preferred line, Jeff Gordon has to give way and give up the lead.
Meanwhile, as this battle for the lead changes, Ricky Rudd has smoke from the header pipes. Ricky waving and everybody else go on by. Caution on the speedway. Ricky Rudd putting down some oil. Caution on the speedway. Mayfield will lead them back to the stripe. And the leader, Jeremy Mayfield, brings them to the 3rd caution flag of the afternoon. After all that taping and all, Ricky Rudd's day apparently going up in smoke. Too bad for old Ricky. What a weekend last week. Was that one of the most bizarre deals last week when he was so strong Friday and Saturday and just had all sorts of problems on Sunday at Michigan?
I talked to Billy Engel about it, and he said, you know, we had a great car in practice, a great car in qualifying. He says, quite frankly, we don't know what happened race day. It just was not the same car we worked with.
Matt Yoakum is down there. I see him with Billy Engel in the pits. Matt?
Well, Bill, you've struggled with this car all weekend. Now what's the problem?
Well, pretty much the car has not been a problem. We just had a problem with power, you know, basically about all year, to tell you the truth. And we had lost some tape there at the beginning of the race, come in and fixed it because that hurt our drag number. So we was trying to help the motor with that. And right there on that restart, second lap, we went out the bottom end, lost it all going into one. Pro Motor builds a good engine. But they got their problems right now, and they got to get it worked out. It's definitely been a deterrent for this team this season.
It's been a disappointing run for Ricky Rudd. His last top 5, his win at the Brickyard last year.
And only one top 10 in all of 1998, with now 3 DNFs. 3 times he did not finish the event in the first 14 races of 1998. Track cleanup continues. We're back in a moment. We are back at the Pocono International Raceway. The Pocono 500 under caution after Ricky Rudd loses an engine at lap number 49. NASCAR Thunder is the official store of NASCAR, and they are opening up locations all across the country. If you'd like more information, just call that number you see on the screen, 615-883-7000. Give them a call Monday through Friday. They'll tell you where the store nearest to your home is. And get all the latest souvenir items. NASCAR Thunder, the official store of NASCAR. Well, track cleanup continues after Ricky Rudd has apparently lost, as we heard from Bill Engel, lost the engine in the tied Ford. I'll tell you, when an engine goes sour on you at high speeds, watch what Todd Bodine saw or didn't see.
Yeah, that's actually a lot tougher for Todd than it looked like. We can clean our camera that's on the top there. It has a movable lens on the top. I guarantee you he got a windshield full.
No surprise to see engines being a primary cause of people going into the pits early today. It's very typical here to see engines as the #1 reason. Some places it's crashes, but here it's motors. They really twist them, and they stay twisted for a long time at Pocono. Schrader, of course, out with a wreck.
We're at lap number 51. We're still 49 laps, 49 minutes shy of halfway. And as you look on a panoramic view of the Pocono Mountains, you can clearly see some storms off behind turn number 3. And even out over turn number 2, the tunnel turn, you can see there's the white and the storm area again, and it's just kind of swirling overhead. At this point, they can't go the distance to halfway even to make it an official race. There are more pit stops in the offing, but before long, you wonder when these guys start changing their strategy to start discussing halfway instead of the full distance. At least let's get there, then start recalculating again.
Well, they've got to be doing that right now, I would think. Just all of what has happened here so far today and this bizarre weather pattern that we're seeing, I'm sure that the crews right now are starting to think, many of them are starting to think, well, what do we do on this next pit stop? We're going to play this thing, so it's going to go to the 100-lap pointer. Is this race really going to run all the way? It's starting to get late in the day.
Those of you who are following the in-car cameras and all of the race cast on the internet, Racing.com is back up and running again as we resumed our coverage from here at the Pocono. So those of you who might have logged on and logged off during the rain delay, you can get back on at Racing.com and stay on board with the internet coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Track cleanup continues. We will break away. We'll be back in a moment. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Pocono 500 is being brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. By Wendy's and the Super Value Menu. 9 years of 99 cents every day. And by MCI 5-cent Sundays. Pay the least on the day you call the most. Here at Pocono, the field just now getting the 1-to-go signal. We're another 2.5 miles away from going back to green. We are lap 53 of 200, still fairly early if you're just tuning in and wondering why we're so early. Well, we've had a 1 hour and 11-minute delay for rain. There you see Derek Cope coming in the 30, Steve Grissom in the 41. Glenn Jarrett, what about pit strategy here? Are these guys now thinking, let's worry about halfway with all these storms in the area?
Well, I think they have to, Eli, and you know, just a general observation, the most of the lead cars, the guys up in the top 10 right now, pitted on lap 36 under a caution. So let's say they can go 36 or 38 more laps. That's going to put them up to lap 72 or 74. That only leaves 26 to 28 laps left to deal with. So really, they've only got about an 8 or a 10 lap margin of error there. So some of these guys are coming in topping off now. They cannot go all the way. Here's Matt.
Jimmy Finnick, you're probably going to have to come in about 32, 34 laps. What's the strategy going to be for the run to halfway?
Well, right now we got to watch this weather. This weather ain't looking too good. So right now we won't make it to halfway. So we'll probably just do our normal deal.
You're going to do 4 tires and a full load of fuel, or just gas and go?
We'll do our 4 tires and full load of fuel, because the weather looks like it's going to come, but we don't know when it's going to come.
Well, just like weather, you never know what can happen. Now let's go to Steve Burns.
Matt, we're with Paul Andrews, the crew chief for Jeremy Mayfield. Now, Paul, we've got a storm approaching. Has that affected your strategy at all as we look towards halfway?
It just makes me a little more nervous. You know, we got to definitely keep the rain in mind, but hopefully it'll be a small front if it does get here, and I really should just pass us over. I would like some sunshine right now.
Okay, we're getting ready to go green.
One good thing about this, the 21st of June, other than the fact that it is Father's Day, it is also the first day of summer, and hence the longest day of the year as far as sunlight, or at least daylight, is concerned. So, yes, we've been burning some daylight, as Dale Earnhardt said earlier, but we've got more daylight to burn today than on any other day during the calendar year. Back green at lap 55.
That was a little bit of contact almost by Mark Martin there. You can see the 40 car there on the inside, Sterling Marlin trying to get by him. They actually touched a little bit.
Old Sterling starting to rumble now, but there you see up front, Mayfield, Gordon, Burton, Jarrett. Then Marlin Marlin and marched. Sterling Marlin, having never won here. He's running among the leaders right now.
Well, at least that thing is still running. Remember last year they had two different drivers and didn't get very deep into this event at all. In the June race, they only made 8 laps before Greg Sachs crashed in that thing. And then in the July race, Robbie Gordon was in it, and he was out before he even finished a single lap. So this team's having a better day today.
Solidly in the top 10 virtually all day from his 15th starting spot.
Mark Martin's relentless, isn't he?
Yep.
He gets somebody in front of him and he just stays right with him.
Jeff Burton, excuse me, Eli. Jeff Burton there in the 99 car made a real charge just a second ago on the car of Jeff.
Our friends at MCI bringing you NASCAR timing and scoring. 10, 3, 2, 1. Just dial and save up to 50%. Burton's in third.
Jeff Gordon just in front of him down the front straightaway there. These guys are going at it. You can see the Ford has great straightaway speed there as he pulls right on the back panel there of Gordon.
Look at Earnhardt making a move. Back at 9th spot now inside of Andretti. And can he bring somebody with him? He's got Musgrave and Spencer in tow.
Spencer has been very aggressive today, running a hard race in that red-white number 23 car. Pennsylvania, 35 miles away from this racetrack. A lot of hometown folks think that Jimmy Spencer is the greatest hero Berwick ever had. Maybe he is.
Two biggest things in Berwick, sports-wise, Jimmy Spencer and Berwick's Bulldogs high school football.
I tell you.
You start talking about that football with Spencer around, you'll see a big smile on his face, too.
If you're a Joe Nemechek fan, they have given it up for the day. Engine's a problem there, and he's not going to be able to come back. So Schrader, Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, and Joe Nemechek, the 4 drivers out of the event.
Just in the back part of this film right here, you can see the number 1 there, Darrell Waltrip, fighting along there. He's really going by Kenny Wallace, Kenny Irwin down in the turn 1 and just behind him. I'm having a time today here, boys.
You know, it's funny. This is Irwin's very first race at Pocono, and I asked him after he had a few laps of practice how things were going. He said, it's fine, but I can't seem to find turn 4. There is no turn 4.
Turn 4. 6th spot there, swapping around. Sterling Marlin now having been bypassed by Mark Martin. Through turn 3, that flat turn.
Been a good tussle between these two.
You know who's running well is Kyle. Kyle Petty's right behind them in 7th now.
He definitely is. He's having a great run.
And you know, he did not run well in the earlier practice sessions. They didn't touch the car, but the sun came out. When the sun came out, it changed the track enough, brought it to a crash.
Pit road. Oh, Derek Cope and Ernie Irvin on pit road having problems.
Keep going. There's no down there, Kyle. The 7th car blew up.
Do you see where the spin started on the racetrack? You might have seen in the background, you saw some of those skid marks there as he spun off the flat turn and onto the pit lane. Tough break for Derek Cope, who failed to qualify at Michigan a weekend ago. And Ernie's got damage there. You see, folks, the right front of the car.
Jeff Bodine was also pitting again with the hood up. He's led more laps here at Pocono than anybody else, but he's not leading any laps today and is not likely to do so. Oh, they got a lot of work to do on that number 30 car.
We're at lap 59 of 200. Here's what happened from our speed camera. There you see they get together and then spin off the racetrack onto pit road. They're using what they call that Roush roller. You can't see it quite from this angle, but you see that baseball bat kind of contraption with the oar on the end of it. That helps pull sheet metal away from the tire. Derek Cope comes back as the leaders now swing off turn number 3. We obviously stay under green. All that action coming onto the pit lane, so there was no need for a caution. Mayfield, Gordon, Burt, Jarrett, and Mark Martin, the top 5. Still early because of the rain delay. Only 60 laps complete. Our next Winston Cup race here on TNN Motorsports coming up just a few weeks. July the 12th. These same drivers heading to the Magic Mile, the Jiffy Lube 300, live from Loudon, New Hampshire. Hope you can join us. July the 12th, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on TNN Motorsports. Jeremy Mayfield's lead is now a full second on those two gentlemen, Jeff Gordon and Jeff Burton. Then you've got Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, Ward Burton, Dale Earnhardt, and Jimmy Spencer. That is your top 10.
Boy, Jeremy Mayfield, you're watching him go down the Long Pond straightaway. He's opened up a great advantage right now. I know he knows the weather's bad, but he is really showing how much power he actually has in this car.
He's having a great run today. He really is. He's driving that car so well, and they have it set up so well. There's all kinds of swapping of information between Rusty Wallace's team and his. In fact, this morning his crew chief Paul Andrews was building shocks in Rusty's trailer.
That's what multi-car operations are all about.
Yeah, this one works especially well, though. There are not only no secrets here, the kind of information that they exchange seems to be exceptionally helpful because Mayfield likes his car the same way Rusty likes his car. And for here at Pocono, another interesting factor is Jeremy tested the tire at Indianapolis. Rusty tested the tire here at Pocono. So they had a tremendous amount of tire information to help them set up their race car.
The one thing you have to wonder, though, when you start leaning on tires like Jeremy apparently is right now, is he using the car up? Is he using the tires up a lot right now by running this torrid pace that he has going right now? Because Jeff Gordon is starting to break away from Jeff Burton just a little bit.
There you see the field coming by, 8th, 9th, 10th positions right there. There go Earnhardt and Spencer. There's the one going by in 15th spot, Darrell Waltrip. Yep, Darrell's running in 15th position right now. Here goes Jerry Nadeau. Todd Bodine and Steve Grissom all going by. And Jeremy Mayfield, the race leader. You know, we forget he's only in his 4th full season of NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Look at Spencer. Jimmy makes the move for 9th.
Mr. Patience is taking his time. Jimmy Spencer working right to the front. He's driving the wheels off that thing. Darrell Waltrip there in the 1. He loves this racetrack. He's had great success here. He's won races here. Told me he felt like he's at home.
He could be. He's won here 4 times.
In his 40th starts here at Pocono today. Matter of fact, Darrell now has 40 starts at every track that has hosted a minimum of 40 events. This was that last holdout. He got it done here today.
And I'll tell you what, if anybody knows how to play gas mileage, weather, Pocono Speedway, it's Darrell Waltrip.
Andretti on the move. He puts Musgrave back into 12th as Andretti grabs the 11th spot. Good run for Kenny Wallace, too, right there. And you know, that guy in the Square D car, buddy, told us here the other day he wasn't going to shift today while the other guys were.
Well, he didn't feel comfortable shifting. He's driving the car. He said he didn't want to tear out the transmission. You can see right now he's not giving up much down the Long Pond straightaway. He's got the car geared where he's turning. He's watching RPM, but you can see he's not giving up a thing through that portion of the racetrack.
Car 16, Musgrave, his crew chief is James Ince, who is celebrating Father's Day for the very first time today. He and his wife Gwen had a baby this week. James Robert Ince III, 7 pounds 4 ounces, came home yesterday, and when James gets home, they'll all celebrate Father's Day together.
Exactly, a big old Father's Day celebration.
13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th right there. Darrell Waltrip moving in on him.
Folks at Napa bringing you the field update. Napa Auto Parts. At Napa, we keep America running. Terry Labonte, Ted Musgrave. Haven't talked much about Terry. And now Bobby Labonte. Let's see what the telemetry says right here as he tries to get around Dick Trickle. This is back at 27th spot.
Wow, look at this. 190 miles an hour down Long Pond Straightaway. We're right at 9,000 RPMs. You see they drop off quite a bit in these flat corners. Benson in the wall, as we were looking at telemetry there, he got into the outside wall.
Johnny Benson running in 27th position. As you can see, just keeps on going, go well off the pace. Tough break for Johnny Benson.
Look at the right side of the car. It's completely pancaked where he got in the wall just as he come off the tunnel turn over there.
Take another look at it. He goes wide.
Tries to hold the throttle on into the hard. Whoa, I'm telling you, it's a hard lick as he come through the tunnel turn there.
Sure is.
He was lucky not to spin the car. You see him fighting to get it back straight right there.
Johnny has made it around to pit road. There you see him. And by the way, good news for Joe Nemechek fans. They have decided to try and fix it some more, and they have now come back out onto the racetrack. So Joe is running 31 laps down, but nevertheless, after originally saying they couldn't get things repaired, Joe Nemechek is back. So that is certainly good news.
Jeremy's now got a 2.8-second lead on second place Jeff Gordon.
And now, look at that. He must have no steering at all.
I would bet.
That's Johnny Benson.
They can push it, but they're going to have to figure out how to turn it to make it go left.
Some of his crew, some of the Prime Star crew from Ted Musgrave. Of course, they're all corporately together under Jack Roush's leadership.
You can see when he turns the wheel to make it go one way or the other, it actually binds up on the flat part of the race car there and won't turn for him.
Now that is on pit road, and they're going to try and push it to one of the openings to the garage, and we'll stay under green. The lead now a full 3 seconds under threatening skies here at Pocono. We're still 30 laps from halfway. While you're away, they have gotten the car off the pit wall, and every Roush team is represented in there, with the exception maybe of Chad Little's bunch. I don't see any John Deere Green pushing, but otherwise everybody else is helping getting Johnny to the garage area. And again, here's what happened as we ride with Bobby Labonte. Oh,
that's what happened. Yeah. Yep. It did a little dipsy doodle before he got into that corduroy there.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Got him across the ripple strips. So they'll be heading to the garage area with Johnny Benson's car.
The ripple strips wasn't the cause. He got the left side down in the dirt. You could see it flying. That really shot him across the racetrack when he got the left side in the dirt.
There's 9th place there. Earnhardt and Spencer. Still running well. Those two are.
That's been going on for quite a while, that battle.
You know who else is running well? Jeff Green right there. And here goes Ward Burton. He'll grab a 6th spot away from Sterling Marlin. So Ward makes the powerful move over the tunnel turn right there.
And he runs well here. Remember last year in this race, he led the most laps before the engine let go on him, and he wound up spending the conclusion of the event in the garage. But Pocono is surely one of his best racetracks, and they did come up here and test. Paid off. He's running well today.
And guys, remember Glenn was telling us about lap 75 for pit stops, so we're going to be real close. We're about 3 laps away from pit stops based on when everybody stopped earlier in and around the red flags and all of that.
You can see Jeff Green's moved all the way up to 11th place at 46 there. He just went by Spencer and got his aim set on Mr. Earnhardt up there.
I'd like to see Jeff Green do well. He's a good kid.
Felix Sabatis that owns that car has basically said the ride is kind of up for grabs, and if Green can do well for a few races, who knows? It may well revitalize his career. It will revitalize his career if he can do a few races and get himself nailed down in the seat of that thing.
Dale Earnhardt, twice a winner here at Pocono, running 9th. closing in on pit stops. We're going to break away and come back in time for those pit stops. We're still 26 laps from halfway. Jeremy Mayfield still leads here at Pocono. Hope you've had a chance to experience country.com, your personal source for all things country. That is TNN's home on the internet. From race cars to country stars, why not connect to country.com. 77 laps on the board of 200. Just joining us, wondering why only 77 laps are complete? Because we had some lengthy cautions, then a 1 hour and 11-minute rain delay, and you are caught up to speed. There's Jeff Green, a super run, that young driver from Owensboro. You got an Owensboro sandwich there. Mayfield at the front of the list, Green back in 10th.
I was just watching Jimmy Spencer in that shot that we had on there. He went down in the corner so hard the car shot straight up the racetrack. He was lucky to catch it back and not really lose control of the car.
Earnhardt running in 9th.
Glad to see that camera planted in the grass is still there. How many of those have we lost this year?
Like 7 or 8 already this year that have gone away in different venues of racing.
Splat, splat, splat.
You know, when Jeff Green was here last year, I watched him take the Gary Bechtel car and run up front. Dale Jarrett's in the pits.
Boyd Burton is in as well. All these stops coming in lap 78. Glenn Jarrett.
And guys, DJ was going to try to come in on lap 79, but the fuel light came on, the warning light came on, so he radioed in, they got ready. They're going to change 4 tires, put fuel in, make a track bar adjustment, also air pressure adjustments on the car. It got real tight after that rain delay. That's why the leader cars have been able to pull away from him. A little bit of trouble on the right side over there. The track bar adjustment has been made. Fuel's in, and the left rear is on. He's down 23.3 seconds. That's about 5 seconds longer than it normally takes.
You saw Ward Burton go by on the pit stop exchange there.
Mike Skinner, Bill Elliott there going at it. There's racing all the way around here. Everybody's trying to make better positions just before they come in for pit stop.
Mike Skinner's son Jamie qualified very well in the truck race last night, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series at Bristol. Had a couple of problems during the race, but a solid effort for that young driver in the Lumar Windows truck last night. Sterling Marlin is in. He pits at lap number 79. So too does the 77 of Robert Presley. There's Sterling.
Ready to go, Sterling.
4-tire change. Not going to mess with 2. Get that track position. Oh, it's stalled.
Go.
The distinctive voice of Tony Glover telling him to get going. And here comes the race leader.
Oh, he locks up the wheels trying to get down to that 55-mile-an-hour speed limit down pit road.
Jeff Gordon comes in right behind him. He too locked up the wheels. So that'll give Mark Martin the race lead right now for the first time today. Steve Burns.
And Jeremy Mayfield, the race leader on pit road. As we said, he's trying to win his first race. They are going to make a chassis adjustment to this car. They're going to take a half turn down on the right rear jack screw. 17.6 seconds. Good stop for Jeremy Mayfield.
Other leaders in now. All of this taking place on lap number 80. Bill Elliott is in. How about Jeff Gordon's stop, Matt?
4 tires and fuel for Jeff Gordon. A great stop. His car is pretty good. They didn't make any chassis adjustments. His biggest problem was getting out of his pit box. He almost made contact with the 43 who was trying to enter his pit box.
Here comes Mark Martin, the race leader. He will come in at lap number 81. So Mark Martin is in. That will hand the lead to Kyle Petty. Jeff Burton is also in. Back to pit road.
Mark Martin already going around the left side of the car. He's pretty happy with his car. Just a tick loose, so they are going to make an air pressure adjustment. Already he's down and away. Good stop. Now let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Okay, Matt, we're up in Jeff Burton's pits now. Jeff had moved up to the top of the leaderboard by the virtue of the other, and he stalls the car before they get the left side up. He's got it refired, so didn't hurt a thing there. Jeff has been reporting his car very, very loose, so they made an air pressure adjustment, got him down and away.
Other stops being made. Jeff Bodine is in, but again, Kyle Petty is currently the race leader here at Pocono International. There he is.
Now he comes down pit road.
And this is the first time Kyle has led a race.
Yeah, wave it.
Well, no, he's going to pitch shy of the start-finish line. And the scoring is done here, so that'll give Darrell Waltrip the race lead. Darrell Waltrip will now take over as the race leader.
That's going to be 2 weeks in a row for him to lead a race. He led at Michigan last week.
Wally Dallenbach is in. Dale Earnhardt is in.
3,500.
3,500 RPMs is what they're reminding Kyle. And there's Earnhardt. This is lap 82.
At 3,500, that's in the second gear going down through there. They check their speeds before the race even starts, and they make sure what 55 miles an hour is in second gear, and it's 3,500 RPMs.
Watch what happens here. You talk about close call racing exiting the pits. Andretti and Gordon.
Ow!
Whoa!
Well.
Oh! You can't get any closer than that.
Darrell Waltrip pits. Michael Waltrip pits. Mike Skinner is in. Now the new leader becomes Brett Bodine. Brett Bodine leads. Let's go to Darrell's pit.
And Darrell Waltrip has the Pennzoil Chevrolet in. This is a 4-tire change. I don't think they've made any chassis adjustments at all on this car. Darrell likes the way that the car feels. Felipe Lopez this morning told me that Darrell was really pleased with it. A little bit of trouble on the left rear. I still got him out 19.4. That's not too bad, but the left rear was just a little slow on it.
Now backtracking just a bit as you see the race leader Brett Bodine. If you are one who keeps score at home and keeps tabs on who's done what, let's backtrack. After Mark Martin led a couple of laps, 80 and 81, Kyle took the lead on the racetrack but never led back to the scoring line, the start-finish line. So he did not get 5 bonus points. Indeed, Dale Earnhardt did. Earnhardt bypassed him and took the lead for albeit just a few short yards. So Earnhardt got 5 bonus points for leading lap 82. Then Darrell came through, Brett Bodine, and now Bobby Labonte. So that's how it has cycled around if you're keeping tabs on bonus points and so on back home. And there's even a question as to whether Darrell led for that 5 bonus points. I don't believe he did either. He was bypassed. So take Darrell's 5 bonus points back as well. It'll be Martin, Earnhardt, then Brett Bodine, and then Bobby Labonte. Those are the guys who grabbed 5 bonus points in that exchange of pit stops. So it cycles around as you ride with Bobby Labonte right now. He is the race leader. Our friends at Meritor, the heavy-duty truck professionals, bringing the telemetry to you.
That's so close to 200 miles an hour right there. You see the brake light going on, using brake. Right there, he gets off the brake, and right there, he picks up the throttle and heads down towards the back straightaway. Let's check his RPM. He's 8,000 there, 8,500, almost 9,000. 190 miles an hour down Long Pond straightaway.
Over the tunnel turn to the short chute now, the north straightaway.
Now you'll see that brake light every once in a while. He lays his left foot on the brake, and that's just engaging it enough to make that sensor go off for the brake. He's not actually on the brake when he's under acceleration.
There you see the RPMs drop way down in turn 3, the flat turn.
Well, he's going to be on the brake real good here in just a second or two as he heads into the first turn, because that's where they really use the brakes. That's where they get the brake rotors up to 1,000 degrees, and that's where the brackets begin to bend and the calipers start to twist, and everything's got to be just perfect or it'll snap right there.
He went right around Ernie Irvin. You see Ernie there? There he is. Clutch problems all day, remember, for Ernie. Transmission and clutch. I don't know if Ernie's going to make it around.
I don't think he will. He is not carrying any speed whatsoever. There is a runoff over there. He could pull off the racetrack.
Car 36, Ernie Irvin is running in 36th. The clutch is gone altogether, is the word we're getting, and he is not under power.
And he's not to the runoff area yet either. If he stops there, they'll have to put the caution out.
Well, he's had just terrible luck in this race, Ernie Irvin has. He's run this race 10 times, including today, and up to this moment, he's had 6 DNFs in that. If he's a DNF today, it'll be 7 and 10. Look at that, sitting still on the racetrack.
You can see the right front corner where he and Derek Cope got together just a little while ago and brought out a caution.
Now, we've got caution on the speedway, and remember, Bobby Labonte and Chad Little in this particular exchange here were some of the later ones to try and make stops. They had stopped back earlier in the day. Caution is on the speedway, lap number 87, as Ernie Irvin loses his clutch and just cannot limp the Skittles machine on back around. But Jimmy Makar and the boys now atop the leaderboard. We're back to Pocono, 13 laps shy of halfway. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. Live at Pocono International Raceway. Kyle Petty had a pretty good run, led for a while. He's now in 15th. You'd know that already, though. If you were logged on to NASCAR Online, you'd have all the scoring information at your fingertips. It's your 24-hour NASCAR Garage Pass. NASCAR Online at www.nascar.com. Pit stops for many of the front runners, including the race leader, Bobby Labonte, under threatening skies. Glenn Jarrett.
And Bobby Labonte's in. They're going to make a quarter turn on the track bar. And no tire pressure adjustment, so the car pretty good to Bobby's liking. Now, the reason that they are so far out of kilter with the rest of the guys on their pit stop, good pit stop, down and away in about 17.25 seconds. But remember, he kept coming in making repairs on that left front fender damage he did that he had when the last time he pitted. So they had about 10 laps extra in fuel to go. They're not getting that much better fuel mileage than the rest of the guys. But a great pit stop for Bobby Labonte.
Right, he and Kevin LePage both had made a series of stops, as had Jerry Nadeau, lap 46, lap 50, 51, 53. So they were all in. Over the last few moments, heavy attrition to the garage have gone Rick Mast, Jeff Bodine, and Kenny Wallace. Let's head to the garage for an update.
Eli, with Kenny Wallace, and Kenny, I said a moment ago, they were just bragging about what a great run you were having in the booth. Why are you back here?
Well, I don't know. You know, something happened to the motor. It come up off the corners okay, but then it started missing about flag stand on. Keith is listening. We only turned 8,900, so you know, I don't know. Either ignition or something like that. Got great motors. Evidently a part failure or something like that. But I just do. I want to thank Square D. You know, we've been running really good the last 2 weeks. We just can't keep the parts under the car. Team's working hard. We're just we're breaking. You know, so it's a little disappointing. You know, especially as competitive it is and as good as we've been running. Get them next week. Okay, we'll get them. That's for sure. Wallace never says die. I can guarantee you that.
No doubt about that, with next stop being the road course in Sonoma, California, Sears Point International Raceway. The field about to get the 1-to-go signal. We're 10 laps shy of halfway. Pocono International Raceway, Rich Bickle giving us a ride around this triangular layout. Hey folks, Friday night on TNN, they are the most outrageous pulling vehicles in the world. Jets, multi-engines, whatever it takes for a full pull. It's the Dairyland Super Nationals Tractor Pull. Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern on TNN Motor Madness. Check it out. Field coming to the green.
Hey, place cars off.
Caution
Get
car
ready.
off.
Lights down. Ready. Green, green, green. Go, green, green, green.
Back underway. 8 laps away from the halfway point under heavy, heavy overcast skies.
Whoa!
Look at this scramble here.
Wow! Mark Martin just turned left on Dale Jarrett down the front straightaway there and said, no, I need this spot.
Well, he had to have one eye in the mirror and one eye on the racetrack right ahead of him to pull that thing off.
And one eye on the weather.
Yeah, that too. Well, they've all got one eye on the weather right now, for sure, because it is threatening all around us. And you can see it right there in your picture. We get to the halfway point, it rains and stays raining. Whoever's in the lead, it's going to be his show. And we're real close to that halfway.
The wind has picked up considerably, which oftentimes is a portent of things to come. There's Michael Waltrip and Brett Bodine. They're running for 16th and 17th. Hut Strickland right there in the 96 behind them. Ted Musgrave in the 16. Ward Burton in that silver, number 22. All battling for position from 16th on back.
And Chad Little just behind them. I saw the green car bouncing around there.
Sure did. Here goes Kyle looking.
So DW, Darrell Waltrip in that yellow car. He is in 11th spot.
And again, we've not talked too much today about the 46 car, but Jeff Green has now taken it all the way up to 6th spot.
Eli, I started talking a while ago about Jeff Green. Last year he was up here in the Gary Bechtel number 29 car, and he actually led this race for a while, so he loves this racetrack and doing a great job.
Mike Skinner there in that blue and yellow car just went out of your picture. His career best finish was here last year at Pocono. There's no holding back now. They're all running as hard as they can run. The only strategy is get as far forward as you can.
This pass right here, we're riding with Chad Little. To his left is Bobby Labonte, and this is for 21st spot. Doesn't give Bobby the inside yet.
Give him a little room there getting into the corner. Bobby didn't have the position, but you can see they're side by side down Long Pond straightaway.
Riding with Bobby Labonte, he's in 22nd, and that pass there for 21st.
Yeah, unlike turns 1 and 2, you can't run side by side through the tunnel turn. There's just not enough room. Johnny Benson showed you a little while ago what happens if you get on the high side of that corner.
I dare say we've seen more pileups in the tunnel turn over the years here than most anywhere else.
Big crashes. Big crashes.
Yep. Good scramble back middle of the field. That's Kevin LePage back there and a host of others. Watch this about a half lap ago.
Rich Bickle gets a little assistance there from Kevin LePage in the 91. Very, very lucky to get control over that race car. He was completely sideways.
32 cars still on the lead lap. The last one being Todd Bodine. Ted Musgrave and Hut Strickland there with nice maneuvers around Ward Burton.
Ward Burton has that car in good position there. Hut Strickland having to drop back as Bobby Labonte watches these two go in the corner. You see Hut had no choice but to back out and let Ward Burton go.
Hut's in that cat car right there. Of course, next week we've got Robbie Gordon driving on the road course at Sears Point. Then at Daytona, Hut Strickland's going to the team car for Ken Schrader. That ride will be up for grabs as you check out what's taken place thus far. The cars out are Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Johnny Benson, and Kenny Wallace. Ken Schrader also done for the day. Jeff Bodine, Rick Mast, and Ernie Irvin also in the garage area.
Awesome shot. If you want to know what a driver sees behind the steering wheel, this is as close as you can get. You can see now they're going across the short chute and down into the flat number 3 corner. You'll hear him back off right along there, take it to the bottom of the racetrack. Right there, he's starting to pick the throttle up real easy. Now full throttle as he comes out and right out against the wall.
Is that third turn the most fun turn to come out of?
They're all fun if you make them around here. They're no fun if you don't make them. I can tell you that.
Turn 3 just looks like the sort of thing where you can just get in the gas and dance with the car.
Well, it's almost like letting it float. You don't really ever stick enough to say either end's really working that well, but you kind of glide through the corner. It is fun, though.
The Long Pond straightaway towards the tunnel turn, which goes over that tunnel and leads from inside to outside the racetrack. There's the tunnel on the left of the screen there as they go over top of it.
See a lot of respect shown to the outside wall there as they start off that corner, because if you get too close to it, it's like it's almost magnetic. It just grabs the car.
Look at Earnhardt's got a little cellophane wrapper there on the front of the car.
Yeah, that'll help downforce, but I'm not sure that that'll help the temperature of that car very much.
He's running in 10th. Darrell Waltrip right behind him in 11th. Jeremy Mayfield still has a 7/10 of a second advantage on Jeff Gordon. Mark Martin runs third. There's the rest of the top 10. Back in a moment. Closing in on halfway here at Pocono, but you need to remember that for your daily helping, Romance and Roscoe P. Coltrane, don't miss the Dukes of Hazzard. See it weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on America's Country Home, TNN. That was a pretty good imitation
I
right
thought
there.
you'd like that one. Yeah.
Pretty good.
You know, Jeremy Mayfield run away from Jeff Gordon just before this caution, but they must have balanced that car out better because Jeff Gordon right now is not losing any ground to our leader.
As we come to halfway, let's widen out. That's first to second, 7/10 of a second from Mayfield to Jeff Gordon. Running in third, another second back is Mark Martin right there in the Valvoline Cummins 4. Dale Jarrett is next in line. He's running fourth. He's 2 seconds behind the leader. Right there is Jeff Burton. He's running fifth, 2.8 seconds back. Of course, all of this also across the top of the screen as MCI brings you all of the NASCAR timing and scoring. Jeff Green, solid run for him. He's running in sixth now, 4 seconds back. Then Sterling Marlin in car number 40. He is seventh. All of these cars obviously on the lead lap. So is Jimmy Spencer, who's right there in the trunk of Sterling Marlin's car in the number 23. Then you drop back 1 8/10 of a second, nearly 2 seconds further back to Kyle Petty. He's running in ninth. Then you widen further back to Dale Earnhardt. He is 10th, a full 8 seconds behind the race leader. Darrell Waltrip is 11th. He's 6/10 of a second behind Earnhardt. And there's Bill Elliott in 12th. Solid run for 13th place, Kenny Irwin. The rookie, he's 10.5 seconds back. There's Bobby Hamilton in 14th spot. He's 10 8/10 seconds back. Then Mike Skinner in 15th. Michael Waltrip in the 21. He's in 16th. Brett Bodine in the 11 is 17th. Ted Musgrave in car 16 is running 18th. So they're all tied tightly together. The silver car, the platinum-colored machine coming at you. That's Ward Burton, the 22nd. The 22 car, he's in 19th. Behind Ward, we pull back to Terry Labonte. He is running 20th, 14 seconds behind the race leader. There's Hut Strickland in the Caterpillar car. Hut is 21st. And Bobby Labonte, who's led today, he's running 22nd, 14.5 seconds behind Jeremy Mayfield. Also on the lead lap, Chad Little, he's in the 97 car. Wally Dallenbach, after a pit stop a bit ago, he's running in 24th spot, 15 seconds back. John Andretti driving for the King. He is 25 positions back behind the race leader. Then a further distance back, you go back another couple of seconds to Rich Bickle, the 98. He's just moved ahead with the 77, Robert Presley. You've got Kevin LePage in the 91. They are all battling for position 26, 27, 28. The Bell South car on the right of your screen, Joe Nemechek. Joe is being shown 30 laps down. He is in 39th, so he's not in the mix right there. Dick Trickle, he's on the lead lap in the Heilig Myers car owned by Junie Donlevy. Dick Trickle is being shown in 30th. There's Jerry Nadeau, also on the lead lap in 31st position. Then you pull back further to that man, Steve Grissom, who's made many a pit stop, but Grissom is on the lead lap. He's being shown 21 seconds back. And the final car on the lead lap is the Tabasco hot sauce entry for Todd Bodine. He is 16.5 seconds back behind the race leader, Jeremy Mayfield.
Eli, it's very clear that 24 of Gordon is closing ground on our leader. He is letting it all hang out right now. Jeff Gordon choosing all the racetrack up. I think he realizes they're halfway right now, past halfway. He's letting it all hang out.
That's the spread of a half second from Mayfield to Jeff Gordon. Just past the halfway point, again because of a lengthy delay for rain.
You know, as you look at these two drivers battling for the lead, Mayfield never won a Winston Cup race, but his crew chief has. His crew chief, Paul Andrews, in fact, holds the race record here for this event with driver Alan Kulwicki back in 1992.
One of 6 active crew chiefs on the circuit to have won a NASCAR Winston Cup Series championship. Never go for those mail order dentures. Hey, wrapping up our look at the entire field, didn't want to leave out Lake Speed. He's a lap down, running in 33rd position. There is Lake, and also Derek Cope. Remember, he had the problems before, and Derek is now being shown in 34th position in the gum-out car, but he is still out there running, so we didn't want to slight anybody. You're all up to date now, if everybody's still on the racetrack.
Eli, I just heard the 96 car come by here. Hunt is having problems with his motor. It was skipping pretty bad when he come by. I think he may have lost a cylinder.
Hut Strickland now in 31st position, bypassed by Trickle, Nadeau, and Grissom over the last 2.5 miles. Lap 104. It's an official race, but a lot of racing yet to go. Winnebago Industries, the official motorhome of TNN. To stop on by your local Winnebago or Itasca dealer now and see the new models available. For more information on the Winnebago Motorsports team, give them a call at 1-800-643-4892, extension 2. Good battle for 10th. There's Dale Earnhardt. There's Darrell Waltrip. There's Bill Elliott. Now, Dale Earnhardt's got a couple of wins here. Darrell's got 4. Elliott's got 4. And let's see if old DW is going to pass the boss here.
And Kenny Irwin Jr. coming up to make it a foursome here pretty quick. These guys are going at it. Do you bump the boss if you need to get by?
Not if you want to keep your ride until the brickyard, you don't. You know, the crowd loves this kind of stuff, though. They've watched these 3 people race here at Pocono for so many years, and all 3 are enormously popular with this capacity crowd that's assembled here this afternoon.
This is vintage NASCAR right here.
I bet. Vintage paper still stuck to Earnhardt's grill, too.
Yes, sir.
Great scramble right there again for 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Elliott's got the same car he had at Michigan last week, and it was a good car at Michigan, but they had trouble in the pits. They've got a new right rear, left rear tire change, and they lost the regular guy that's been with the team for a long time. Their pit stops were slow, so they're rather hopeful they don't have any problems today. Broken up that team that had won the deal for the Winston and also won the Unical competition last year.
Well, if they give an award for being able to run fast in the bottom lane, Darrell Waltrip would have to win. He's an inch off the very white line that runs around the bottom part of this racetrack. He's got that car handling quite well.
And you think about it, too, guys. Darrell has finished in the top 20 in 5 of the last 6 races. And the reason I say that is because in the first 8 races of the year, he had only 1 top 30 finish. So his fortunes changed and the performance changes accordingly.
Eli, I talked to him in the garage area. It's like a new person. I tell you, Darrell had so much responsibility when he was the team owner that he told me it's so nice to get back to just driving and concentrating on your job behind the wheel.
There's Kenny Irwin, as we mentioned, closing in from the rear flank.
Great job for him. As a rookie at this racetrack to run that well. And yesterday he was kind of trying to figure out just how he's supposed to get into turn 1. And here he is in a good competitive position, running a 13th spot.
That's back around 21st. You're watching there. Ted Musgrave is that blue and yellow car, passing Chad Little. Bobby Labonte's there as well. That's 21st, 22nd, and 23rd on your screen.
Whether he's going to make that pass on the outside. No, I don't think so. That tunnel turn hadn't been that. Yow!
Ooh.
Well,
he did it.
Y'all can do it.
And here comes Andretti to try the inside on that short straightaway, heading to 3.
Oh, boys. Good thing Chad Little knew he was down there, but Andretti doing a good job. Running very, very low through the corners and fast.
They're all moving around Skinner. There goes Musgrave in the blue and white car on the right of your screen, blue and yellow, around Musgrave, the 31. Or it should be around Skinner in the 31.
Musgrave really thought he was going to run a whole lot better here today than he has. He has 3 top 5 in his last 6 starts here. Crew Chief Jay Mintz said that he came to Pocono absolutely expecting to win this race, and they practiced and qualified well. They just have not run as well in the races they had anticipated.
Well, he had all those top 5s here for a number of years.
Yep.
Musgrave even finished second here back in '95. Back now to 10th, 11th, and 12th for a quick look. We're not showing you anything up front. Mayfield still has his lead of 0.4 of a second over Jeff Gordon. That's really not changed at all, so that's why we're wandering back through the field as we are.
You know, we added up the wins for these guys, but I don't think we ought to add up their birthdays. We'd have a tall total on that. Earnhardt, 47 years old.
You don't think I'm going to touch that one? No.
That was your basic pregnant pause right there.
DW 51.
That is Dr. Dick Berger and giving these stats, everyone.
Getting in trouble because he's already got their paid subscriptions for another year.
Eli Jeff Gordon is mounting a huge run now for the lead. Jeremy Mayfield only has about a 10-car length lead.
He's cut it down to 0.3 of a second, with Martin, Jarrett, and Burton closing in from the rear flank as well. We're at lap 113. A lot of folks hanging right in here. After a lengthy rain delay, we're back in a moment. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Pocono 500 is being brought to you by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. And by Exide NASCAR Select, the official automotive battery of NASCAR. Back with you as we have remained under green. Dale Jarrett was on pit road moments ago at lap 114. He came in and took tires and fuel, a routine stop, although 37 laps after he had been in previously, maybe a couple 3 laps shy of what we had expected. Glenn Jarrett, how about your brother's radio situation? Let's follow up on that. Are they talking again or what?
Yeah, Eli, they seem to have that problem fixed. Dale kept working with the switch, and evidently he jiggled it and pushed on it hard enough that they're receiving clear transmission. They did make a chassis adjustment. They took 2 rounds of wedge out of the left rear. The car was a little bit tied up off the corner. Also, they had some problems changing tires last time. Brad Parrott, who's normally one of the best, when he finished that time, he threw the air gun away in disgust, told him to change that air gun, that it was no good. So it was a little bit slower than a normal pit stop, but you're right. He is coming up a couple of laps short against the other guys as far as fuel mileage.
There on the screen, 10th and 11th have swapped around. Hey, Glenn, how about the tires, with this being a new look tire for Pocono? How are the Goodyears looking when they're coming off the car?
Eli, they're looking great. In fact, we talked to one of the tire engineers from Goodyear, and he said that the guys could actually go every other stop on left tires if they wanted to. The wear was so good that it would not hurt performance on the racetrack. Some of them don't like to do that, particularly when they're adjusting the cars, but we've already seen Kenny Irwin do it once and gain some track position, and the reason that Jeff Green moved all the way up in the top 10 like he did on his last pit stop, he only took on 2 tires, so it doesn't seem to slow him down much. Getting great service out of that tire. They'll run it here at Pocono and at Indianapolis.
So that's the tire story. Kenny Irwin is in now while you watch Bill Elliott on the racetrack in 10th. Kenny Irwin has taken tires all the way around this time by. That's 14th and 15th right there. Terry Labonte and Ward Burton. All of these battles taking place with pit stops in the offing. We're at lap 118 of 200.
What's going to happen here? Is Mayfield going to come in first? Is Gordon going to come in first? They're going to pit together?
He's 6/10 of a second up Mayfield is right now.
Watching these two cars race just a second ago, Terry Labonte pulled over, let Ward Burton go right on by because he's a quicker car. That's pretty nice driving. That'll come back to you. You can see Hut Strickland on the bottom of the racetrack barely limping around.
He just came back out of the garage. He is 10 laps down in the Caterpillar team car, but Hut is back out there trying to solve their engine problems. Up front, Mayfield's advantage, as you see it. On the clock, it is .429 seconds, 0.4 of a second, but obviously it's car lengths.
There was that spark again. That's the third time today I've been watching real careful that there has been a spark underneath that number 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield.
The header pipes on these cars run very, very low, and starting into that corner, I think the exhaust itself is barely touching the pavement, making that spark.
It's interesting. He's doing that with a light fuel load.
And that's usually when we notice it, too. Here's Sterling Marlin in. Right side tires. He'll go all the way around. This is lap 119.
Clean in the grill. There's a lot of tire buildup on these flat tracks. You pick up a lot of the used rubber off tires.
And here's the answers. Right.
Well,
here come both Mayfield and Gordon. They'll pit at lap 120, Steve Burns.
And Eli, you guys mentioned a while back that Jeremy Mayfield has adjusted his 4th full season in Winston Cup competition, but this is an experienced crew. Yeah, Paul Andrews has a championship, but Darrell Andrews, who's making a chassis adjustment, won 4 championships with Junior Johnson. Barney Boyd, the gas man, 2 championships with Richard Childress Racing. So youthful enthusiasm and a lot of experience here in the pit crew, but they're having a problem on pit road now. Jeremy Mayfield, they're holding. He came down pit road too fast. They'll have to stop for 15 seconds. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Jeff Gordon beats Jeremy Mayfield off pit road. They were both held on pit road, the 12 and the 24, too fast. Ray Evernham obviously a little upset. A great stop by the Rainbow Warriors. They needed to go to lap 119 so they can stop one more time to make it to the finish.
Well, they came in on 120, and here's Mark Martin now, who'll come in at lap number 120. That'll give the lead to Jeff Burton.
Eli, you can see the windshield there is just covered up there. It may have been just a sprinkle of rain just a second ago, too.
Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Mark Martin already getting serviced in his pit. Mark's hit his car was a little bit tight off the corner. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment to try to loosen him up a little bit. Left side tire's already on. They're packing the fuel in, and he's down and away. 18.4 seconds.
Ted Musgrave is in as the clouds overhead get heavier and thicker and more ominous. Dale Earnhardt. Routine service. And he's gone in 15 seconds.
Wow, what a pit stop. 15 seconds. He took on 2 tires trying to get better track position.
He's still going to have to deal with Spencer, though. All day long, those 2 guys have been going at it.
Here on lap number 121, Jeff Burton is here, making his pit stop. Glenn?
Yeah, Jeff Burton's coming in. You know, last time, guys, I told you the car was a little loose, so they tightened it up. They actually got it a little too tight, but it has cooled off considerably out here, even since the last pit stop. So this will be 4 tires and a chassis adjustment to try to loosen him up just a little bit. And there the chassis adjustment goes into the right rear. They're actually taking wedge out of the right rear to loosen that thing up. Now, left side tires are going on. Good stop so far. He's down and away. I got him in 19.7. Pit stop.
That gives Darrell Waltrip the lead. So DW, who didn't lead earlier, is right now leading atop the board.
Husband around, babe. Husband around. Wave that 31 off. 40,000. 4,000.
You see him waving his hand there to let the people behind him know there's no stoplights on these race cars. You wave inside to get the guy behind you's attention that you're coming in.
Now let's see if he leads coming to the stripe or not. Watch this. These guys who were too fast before and both were held, Mayfield and Gordon, they know it. Look at them lock it up.
Youthful exuberance entering pit road.
Wally Dallenbach is now the race leader as Darrell Waltrip is in. This pit stop at lap 124. DW and Rich Bickle both in for stops. Seems as as though the rain is getting even closer now. The ceiling coming down. Philippe Lopez
We're
in the Phillies.
We're all the way out. 4,000. 4,000.
Getting him out.
You can see these guys are going at it. They were held in the pits there. Mayfield's making a move as they head down the back straightaway on Jeff Gordon. They're side by side going into tunnel clear. But you can see that Mark Martin's just in front of them there.
Again, Darrell Waltrip did not get credit for leading that lap. So we'll reset things again. He did not lead coming back to the start-finish line before Wally Dallenbach bypassed him. So twice today, DW kind of missed getting 5 bonus points. So Wally Dallenbach does get credit for leading a lap here today in Pocono. There is Wally. Very talented young racer from Basalt, Colorado. More in a moment. We are live at Pocono where Wally Dallenbach leads, but coming up in 2 weeks here on TNN Motorsports, we'll be live with you with the NASCAR Busch Series drivers at the Milwaukee Mile. The Die-Hard 250. It's a great point battle over the NASCAR Busch Series, so you do want to check it out Sunday, July 5th, 2 p.m. Eastern, right here on TNN Motorsports.
Eli, I believe Ward Burton tried to go too long on his fuel. He's coasting around the racetrack. I believe he may have run out of fuel.
Our third-place runner.
He pitted last on lap 88. That'd be 40 laps. That's 100 miles. That's about as far as anybody can go here at Pocono, and I guess Ward didn't.
Matt Yoakum is down on the pit lane.
Eli, Ward Burton ran out of gas. The big question, is the engine still running? Because if it isn't, he's not going to be able to get a proper pit road speed. The car enters the pit box silently. The crew goes to work. Wayne Shaw packing the fuel in. This is going to be a 4-tire stop. He said the car was just a tick tight. It has been pretty much all weekend. They're going to try to loosen it up. The car refires. A little bit of smoke comes out as they spray ether in the cowl area. Going to work on the left side. Ricky Byers putting on left rear tire here. The car stalled. Then it refired. Out of the pit. 21.2 seconds.
So Ward Burton with a quick enough pit stop, but he lost a lot of extra time on the racetrack when he ran the fuel tank empty.
That does an engine no good to run it empty either.
Throwing that ether in there on that hot engine don't help either. That can create a lot of problems later on.
There's Wally Dallenbach with that comfortable lead. He, Bobby Labonte, Chad Little get to make their stops in this sequence.
Eli, on these flat tracks, you cannot run out of fuel on the front straightaway and make it back. I'm sure the Dallenbach knows that. I would look for him to stop it pretty quick.
Derek Cope has some problems on the pit lane again. Has to kind of get into his pit stall sideways. There you see some of the outstanding times that we've seen. A lot of smoke. That was from Bill Elliott, I thought. Indeed it is. Bill Elliott.
That's too bad.
Thought I saw a hint of smoke before when he came by, and a lot of smoke this time for Bill Elliott. That is too bad.
Now the question is, will the yellow flag come out? I didn't see any fluids coming out from the back of the 94 car, Bill Elliott. I bet Dallenbach says, I bet you I saw some, huh?
We've got caution on the speedway. Caution on the speedway for 2 reasons. Number one, Bill Elliott's problems at one end of the track. There is also a little rain down in the 3rd turn end of the racetrack. Here comes Wally Dallenbach, the race leader. Now, Wally had not pitted since lap 82. So he has got a goodly distance right here he came in also at lap 88. So he pitted at 82 and 88, and Matt Yoakum's in again.
He was completely out of gas, Eli. Tony Fur rips off the tearaway on the windshield. Boy, heartbreak down here. They were hoping for the caution, and he came out one lap too late, and he's down and away. Stalls it, pushing him, still trying to get the car going. Boy, a tough break for Wally Dallenbach.
And there is a catch can.
Exactly what it is.
That has come off somebody's car as they left pit road. They brought the catch can with them. Left the catch can guy behind, which is good.
Yes. Oh, man, I tell you.
And now they're telling Tony Fur, the crew chief on Wally's car, that he was too quick entering pit road. He will have to start at the tail end of the longest line of traffic.
Papa Joe Hendricks there.
That's he in the baseball cap, and now you can see the rain that was in turn 3. Oh, it is really coming down here on the main straightaway now as the teams begin to cover up their pit box areas, and we are under caution. And poor old Bill Elliott.
He had engine trouble in practice as well. They pulled out one of the rocker studs and had to change an engine here on Friday morning, and this engine's not even going to get him to the pit road.
Under caution. Looks as though that fellow's been under caution for a while. We're back with more in a moment. We are back. Jerry Nadeau giving us a ride around the, again, rainy Pocono International Raceway. There's Todd Bodine, who gives us a lift as well. Bobby Labonte is the current race leader, and we ride with Bobby. You can't see his feet from this camera angle, but he is doing a rain dance. In all seriousness, he'd love to see the race finish, as everybody would. But it is raining now. The caution came out for those 2 reasons, when Bill Elliott apparently lost an engine over there in the corner in turn 1, and now the rain that's beginning to move across the racetrack. We kind of saw it coming. They were telling you that the ceiling was coming down and it was getting closer. It's not a heavy rain, but just enough to be one that will wet the racetrack. Last time we had this happen, earlier today, we had a 1 hour and 11-minute rain delay. Of course, we do have light of some substance until darn near 9 o'clock. So, you know, we're in no particular rush here to go anywhere. Bobby Labonte is. He'd like to take this victory and tuck it away for his first, to join his brother's 2 wins. By the way, Wally Dallenbach is 15th after his pit stop of a moment ago, and again went too quickly, said NASCAR, entering the pits. So he was having to be put back to the tail end of the longest line of traffic. This is what happened back at lap number 130. He woes down to come onto the pit road.
Watching him come in right now. You'll see a white line in just a second. That's where you have to be 55 miles an hour. You see he's carrying a pretty good bit of speed right there when he comes in.
So the crew went to work right there. But the call was made by NASCAR. And here comes Wally again. So Wally is coming in again at lap number 133. They'll go to work again with all sorts of time here as we are under caution, and the rain still falls, albeit lightly, here at Pocono. That's the leader, Bobby Labonte. You're live on TNN Motorsports. Back with you at Pocono International Raceway as part of the 50th anniversary celebration of NASCAR. Hey, folks, quick reminder that coming up is one of the most anticipated races of the year, the Pepsi 400 at Daytona, under the lights. And you can certainly find out what it's going to take to win the big Pepsi 400 at the World Center of Racing. TNN Motorsports will have a very special Pepsi 400 preview Friday night, July 3rd, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It will be right here on TNN Motorsports. So do check it out. Should be a special. Jeff Gordon, come back. Jeff Gordon fans making their way through the infield. By the way, those of you who are tuning in right now to see Steve Evans, Bob Fry, and the gang on NHRA Today, this race here obviously going well long because of the extended rain delay and some of the extended cautions that we've had. So we apologize to those of you who follow the NHRA Winston drag racing scene. But NHRA Today right now being bumped aside for our continuing live coverage of the Pocono 500 here at Pocono International Raceway.
Eli, as you can very well see right there, there's dry parts of the racetrack, and they did leave the cars out here. You can see the groove right there is not shiny from rain, so we ought to be able to get back under green pretty quick if the rain will stay away just a little while.
Yeah, really haven't lost the track at all. Bobby Labonte is due to pit now. Remember, it's because of circulating here. Here comes Bobby right now.
Now that's painful to have to come out of the lead under caution while it's raining, but
he pitted at lap 88. We're now at 134, so he's about run that tank dry. See his RPMs right there.
55 is the speed limit. You can see he's well under that, about 50 miles an hour. He's on the brake now. He's going into his pits.
And Glenn Jarrett is there.
Here we are, guys. I had come up and checked with Jimmy Makar, the crew chief, to see exactly when Bobby would come in. He said around lap 134, 35, 36. He wasn't sure, but they were going to stretch it as long as they could. He told me the absolute truth. Of course, Jimmy's my brother-in-law. I didn't expect him to tell me an untruth. I can make him eat stuff at a family dinner he didn't want to eat if something like that happened. But they were praying that they would get a red flag condition. Maybe the rains would come on. But it has pretty much stopped raining out here on the front stretch now. So I think we're going to see Chad Little in maybe in the next lap or so also, because I believe we may get to go back to green flag racing before too long.
And Chad is currently the race leader. He is the only fella not yet to have pitted in this sequence, the John Deere Ford for Jack Roush's operation. Once Chad comes in, it will cycle us back around to the former race leader, Jeremy Mayfield.
This is really risky for Chad. If he runs out of gas here, he's just plain cooked. I mean, there's no way he's going to coast to the pit at this kind of a speed.
Got to take your chances.
He is.
We continue under caution, a light rain falling here in Pocono. We're back with more on TNN Motorsports right after this. We are back. You are riding with Chad Little, who has just made his pit stop at lap number 135. So he will hand the lead back to Jeremy Mayfield. Got to be neater than that when you drink.
Sloppy drink of water.
That's what happens when it's hot in a race car and you want to wash your face a little bit. You just go ahead and just pour it right in your face.
It's been a longer day, too. Granted, we've had the hour and a quarter delay because of rain, but it's been a lengthy afternoon. And Dale Jarrett was back in moments ago. So, Glenn, if nothing else, he's back on the same pitting sequence with everybody else now.
Yeah, Eli, that's what they had to do. They had it figured with the mileage that they were getting, or maybe I should say not getting, that they were going to come up a couple of laps short on one more stop. So he came in and topped off. His teammate Kenny Irwin did as well as a couple of other cars. Came in and topped off. So now they can make it on one more stop. The rain, as I said, has pretty much subsided. So and NASCAR's given 2 laps to go to green. That's what I'm seeing down here right now. Yep, everybody's holding up 2 fingers. So he's given up a lot of track position, but at least he bought himself into the game with the rest of the guys that he can make it on one more pit stop.
So the field gets the 2 to go signal now as they come to the start-finish line. We're at lap 137. Just joining us, this race began on schedule. We had a caution at lap 6 with Ken Schrader in the wall. Joe Nemechek had a problem, which then led to a lengthy delay for a red flag because of rain. Then Ricky Rudd lost an engine. Ernie Irvan stopped on the track with clutch problems. He, by the way, has just returned. If you're an Ernie Irvan fan, he's back on the track 52 laps down. Then Bill Elliott lost an engine and rain fell yet again. So hence we are only at lap 137 of 200, still live here on TNN Motorsports. Glad you're tuned in. Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, and Matt Yoakum. We're about a lap and a half away from resuming green flag racing. We'll have it in a moment. Back with you here at Pocono. They have just put the light back on atop the safety car. Just too much wetness on the racetrack in the corners. Again, we've documented so many times today how it's been so tantalizing. It's raining in one end of the speedway, not the other. The drivers were concerned. Then this time by, the pace car said, yeah, we probably need to not be hasty here. And you see the lights are back on atop that Pontiac safety car. There's the race digest. Average speed, not spectacular. 118.672. The track record here for this event, 144. So
yeah, that's pretty safe.
Yeah, that likely will not be challenged here today.
I'll tell you what I understand about this. Maybe you guys can figure it out. It has not rained in turn 1 today. It has basically rained in that tunnel turn, and it has rained in turn 3.
Yeah.
But it's rained here too. We've had some rain on pit road, but turn 1 has essentially been dry virtually all day. This is one of those isolated shower kinds of things.
Well, looks like they're going to try it again and give the field 1 to go one more time and see if another lap will dry the track sufficiently. Meanwhile, Darrell Andrews has joined Steve Burns down on the pit lane.
And Eli, on the last pit stop for Jeremy Mayfield, we talked about all the experience on this race team. Darrell Andrews with me, won 4 championships with Junior Johnson. Darrell, you said you guys have really improved your pit stops, perhaps overlooked to this point this season.
Well, what we've done, we've been working out with all of our pit stops and practicing twice a week, which all of the teams have had to improve their performance on pit road. Because the competition level is so great today that races are won and lost right here on pit road.
Okay, thanks, Darrell. And also behind him, Barney Boyd, who won 2 championships with Richard Childress Racing, and, of course, driver Dale Earnhardt.
A lot of illustrious folks up and down the pit lane. Saw the legendary Henry Benfield. We talked a little bit yesterday. Of course, he's been around since they created the gas can, so it seems.
Oh.
No, Henry's a good guy.
Yeah.
Just kidding, Henry.
You know, to follow up on Steve Burns' report, asked Paul Andrews yesterday why he thought his team was doing so much better this year than last year. He pointed to that pit crew as one of the reasons they have lost nobody since 1997. They've worked together long enough now that they really, really give him terrific pit stops every time he comes in.
There you see the top 10. Jeremy Mayfield has completed the most laps of all drivers in 1998, and he has led 89 laps here today of the 139 that we have run thus far. Really been a magnificent season for Jeremy Mayfield, but still looking for that first victory of his career. Last time we had a first-time winner in NASCAR Winston Cup racing, John Andretti. You remember when he won at Daytona for Cale back 31 races ago.
He'll have the lights out on the pace car. He's going to come in this. We're going back green.
Yeah, we saw through the in-car cameras there, no raindrops pelting the windshield, so we're going racing.
Hot cars on the bottom.
Third one back in the outside lane. He is your race leader. Those in front of him, Todd Bodine, Ward Burton, Steve Grissom, tail end of, in some instances, the lead lap, and in some instances of a lap down.
Somebody's smoking back there.
I'm not going to say anything because it looked like Jeff Green to me, so I hope not. He's had a great run. You see the lead cars there. Jeremy Mayfield, the 12, the 24, Gordon, as they come down through there. These guys are on the tail end of the lead lap that they're chasing right now.
Here they come through turn number 3. There you see Green with Jimmy Spencer right behind him. Looks like oil, rear end grease, something spewing out.
That's too bad. He's had a great run today. Jeff Green has in the 46 there, but that won't last. Whatever that is, looked pretty terminal to me.
He was running in 6th place. Now the 22, Ward Burton right there. He is now on the tail end of the lead lap. And Gordon with that move around Todd Bodine, keeping Mark Martin at bay.
Mark going right with with him. As a matter of fact, you draft quite a bit down the straightaways here. The corners are not that effective, but down the straightaway, you get a great draft. As you can see, Jeff Burton there move in just behind his teammate, Mark Martin.
Ward Burton out in front of this group. As you said, Eli, tail end of the lead lap. Remember, he ran out of fuel, which is what put him there. He's had a fast race car all day. Black flag.
Black flagging Green, who is still right there in the middle of the groove. And running with everybody else. He just doesn't want to leave when you're finding yourself in 7th spot. Here goes Mayfield to put Ward Burton a lap down.
Ward Burton has to race as hard as he can. You wonder why he just don't get out of the way, but he can't. He has to try to get back in the lead lap. You never know when a caution might come out and put you right back in the contention.
And you know, he's probably thinking too that if Green puts down any more transmission fluid or grease or whatever it is, if a caution comes out, he can get back in the hunt.
He's not giving up on this deal.
But while they run side by side, Jeff Gordon pulls within the car length of him.
Ward's now a lap down. Mark Martin right behind Gordon.
Here comes Mark. You can see him pull right up even with the 24 of Jeff Gordon.
Well, that was a power move, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And he's got Jeff Burton with him. That's Jeff we're riding with now.
It's nice to have teammates sometimes.
Yes, it is, especially those two guys. They behave more like brothers than teammates. And even last week in the IROC race, working together.
Lap 143, still a long way to go before this race is done. Heading towards turn 3. Jeff Green still has not come to the pit lane, but NASCAR has now pulled his scorecard. So the first Union car can stay out there all he'd like, but they're not scoring him any longer. I dare say he'll eventually make his way to pit road.
Jeff Burton has been so impressive today. Started all the way back in 28th spot, and here he is now running in 3rd. Finished 2nd and 3rd in the 2 races he ran here last year. Finally, here's Green on pit road now. Throwing the towel to try to fix the car.
Eli, they're going to look it over, but I didn't see the smoke as bad as it was on that restart there. I just wonder what was wrong with Green's car, because it was not smoking quite as bad.
That might be a tranny then, Glenn.
So, absolutely, Eli, that's exactly what it is, transmission. The guys are really dejected about it because they had such a good run going, but you see them jacking the left side of the car up, smoke coming out the exhaust pipes now, but there is a problem with the transmission, and it was dropping some grease on the racetrack.
So a tough break right there for Jeff Green. Has given that car a solid run today. Back up front, Mayfield, the leader, number 12. Then that platinum-colored car behind him, Ward Burton, is not on the lead lap. He's a lap down. Then you get to 2nd place, Mark Martin. 3rd, Jeff Burton. 4th, Jeff Gordon. And old Sterling Marlin right there in the 40 up to 5th.
He's hung tough today, hasn't he?
He really has.
Yeah.
You know, Eli, I watched Mayfield go around this racetrack. What a wonderful driver he is, and to be winless and still in the points lead tells you how good he's been driving all year. But if he continues like he is, he's going to pick up a bonus points here in just a second for leading the most laps. He'll secure that. Plus, if he keeps running like he is right now, everybody else is running for 2nd.
Seems like it is, but again, we're still only at lap 145 at nearly a minute per lap. We're still an hour or so away from this race wrapping up, so lots can happen in an hour. We know this business all too well. Nothing's a lock until they wave the handkerchief. There is the race leader by 1 6/10 seconds. We have problems as up in turn number 2, one car slaps the wall. That's Mike Skinner, who tags the wall in turn number 2. That tunnel turn was bound to grab somebody today, always does. No caution yet.
Well, all the pieces are hanging on yet. Nothing went out in the racing surface. Look at the right side of that car, though. Tremendous damage.
Well, he got some pieces on the racetrack now. He just jumped a bunch of it.
It's out of the racing groove, though. It's more into the infield portion of the racetrack there. It's
caution. They're going to have to throw the caution. A little too close for comfort.
That's in the entrance to pit road.
Mike Skinner tags the tunnel turn wall, and then the debris comes flying off as he heads towards the pit.
Well, that car is good and messed up, isn't it? Right front on fire when he came in, still on fire. The right front corner burning.
The leader has taken the caution, so we are under yellow. Glenn Jarrett, lot of work.
Oh, yeah, Eli, tremendous damage to the right side, to the rear of the car. The whole tail section is missing on it. Oddly enough, Larry McReynolds is out there looking at it. I had just asked Larry if he was okay. We kept hearing the report maybe there was a problem, and Larry said, I don't know. He said, we haven't clarified yet if there's something wrong with the car. Obviously, there may have been, but as we said just then, there definitely is now. That car is a mess.
It really is. Tough break for Mike Skinner as he tags the wall over the tunnel and then leaves debris in his wake. So Ward Burton could not get his lap back. You see him still behind Jeremy Mayfield. And Jeremy remains as the race leader with Mark Martin second, Jeff Burton third, Jeff Gordon and Sterling Marlin. Jimmy Spencer is sixth, Kyle Petty seventh, Dale Earnhardt eighth, then Darrell Waltrip and Bobby Hamilton.
Eli, there's the culprit right there. That's that piece of workers coming out right now to drag it off. It was out of the racing surface, as you can see. He walked out and picked it up, but NASCAR does not want anything where if somebody come down pit road, it would become a big problem.
No question, it couldn't remain right there. So we are under caution for the sixth time here this afternoon. If you're just tuning in, Ken Schrader is gone for the day, involved in an accident at lap number 6. Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, they both lost engines. Same with Kenny Wallace, Jeff Bodine, Rick Mast, Bill Elliott with an engine problem and a transmission failure for Jeff Green. All of those drivers are in the garage. Joe Nemechek is 31 laps down after problems put him to the garage earlier. Johnny Benson is 58 laps down after being involved in a slap with the wall. Ernie Irvin lost the clutch, and he was now 52 laps down. And Hut Strickland, after a visit to the garage, is back on the track 10 laps down. All right, 50 laps to go. 50 laps to go. Pit time. Matt Yoakum.
Mark Martin already in his box. They're going to make a chassis adjustment on the Valvoline Ford. He said his car was a little bit, so they took a half a round out of the right rear. Now the guys are on the left side. They're going to pack it full of fuel. This is going to be really close on gas. Chad Little went 46 laps, and now Mark Martin is down and away, as is the 24 car, now to Steve Burns.
And Jeremy Mayfield also made a chassis adjustment, Matt. Car was just a little bit tight. They took a rounded wedge out of the right rear. 4-tire stop for Jeremy Mayfield. Glenn Jarrett.
Okay, Steve, I'm up here in Jeff Burton's pits. He took 4 tires. They made a slight chassis adjustment, but the guy that may have fooled them all, remember Dale Jarrett had to make that stop. He came in and took only 2 tires, so he beat almost all of the lead cars back out of the pits.
So we have seen one man go 46 laps today. We're now 50 laps from the finish. That's an extra 10 miles in distance from what Chad Little did earlier. Man, that's a big stretch. Can you save, buddy? We've talked about earlier on the pre-race show, fuel management. Can you save 10 miles worth?
Well, every lap they go under caution makes it a little more feasible. But I got to tell you something. I think it's going to come down to a splash and go for these guys and probably no tires, because they're going to need to come in and be out in 2-3 seconds.
And that's interesting because the history of this place has been one where taking 4 tires at the end historically has been the smart way to go, and time after time drivers have lost out on winning here at Pocono by taking just 2. But I think you're right, buddy. I think this tire that Goodyear has brought is so good, we're going to see somebody maybe do a splash and go, maybe see some 2 tire changes at the very tail end to get that track position.
The only thing that can change that, of course, is the caution. But if we stay green, it's going to be a 3-second pit stop while they're stopped. I mean, they're going to come in, 3 seconds of gas and gone.
We'll all find out together. 50 laps to go. Still a lot of racing remaining here at Pocono. We are live. Those guys had a great pit stop for Mark Martin. We're back to talk more in a moment. We are back. The field will get the 1-to-go signal as they come to the start-finish line. Lap 151 is up on the board. Hey, if you're a racer and you like games, check out TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4 for the Sony PlayStation and the Sega Saturn system. It's in stores now. You've never seen it. It really is something special. They got fenders crunching, wheels busting loose, doors flying off. It's really a very realistic type of game. For more information about the TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4, you can just check out our website at country.com and see why the critics are raving about TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4.
Eli, we have things going on. Dale Jarrett's leading in third spot right now. Darrell Waltrip, he come in, took on 2 tires, and moved all the way up to third spot. What a great run by Darrell today. If we could see in that car, I bet his teeth's bigger than the number on that top.
I bet so. On a great story, Darrell Waltrip's run is today. You know, the average finish in 5 races for Darrell, as you see the pit summary, the average finish for 5 races in his own number 17 was 30th. And the average finish for Darrell Waltrip in the 9 races in the 1 car is 5th. And in that process, he's gone from 40th to 30th in the points since taking over that number 1 car. So can't argue with that. And how about the great performance today? Unfortunately, it ends early for the 46 car, but Jeff Green's in the garage, and Steve Burns did himself proud today.
Hey, he sure did, Eli. It's been a tough season for Jeff Green. Started at Diamond Ridge. The team folded up. But, Jeff, how encouraged are you by this spectacular run today?
Well, I'm just proud of these First Union guys, this whole Savco racing team. They put an excellent race car in them, man. I mean, I didn't learn to drive overnight. I mean, this car was just amazing today, and I yanked 4th gear out of it there, overdrive there about halfway through the race. And I don't know if that added to made this problem happen, but, you know, I was having to let off in 3rd there and, you know, just to keep from overwinding the motor. And these engines are awesome. I'm just happy to be here, Steve, and hopefully we can have a long relationship together. I'm looking forward to it if we can.
All right, they're going to try and get the car back on the racetrack, but Jeff Green says, frankly, it doesn't look like it's going to make it, but they'll give it an effort.
Well, time to go back to racing. Live on TNN after some lengthy delays because of rain and all. Glad you're staying with us. Great. Now, Jarrett, let's establish, too, that he did not take on any tires. Glenn double-checked. And he only took on fuel, no tires at all. And here
Look
goes
at
Darrell Waltrip.
Get racy here. Kyle Petty in 2nd place, the 44 car there. Kenny Irwin having a solid run right now. The 28 is in 5th.
And Kyle took just 2 tires on that last pit stop as well. So that's how they got this track position. They weren't faster than the other guys. They just had quicker pit stops because rather than taking 4 tires, they took no tires or they took 2 tires.
Oh, Darrell Waltrip, I'll tell you, he led a couple of laps last week at Michigan. He loved it so. He wants to get to the front any way he can. This is a pretty good scramble right here.
Jeremy Mayfield caught up just behind Todd Bodine there. You see Jeff Burton putting a lot of pressure on him in the 99 there as Gordon comes up, and Sterling Marlin in the 40.
The only car not on the lead lap there is that bright number 35 of Todd Bodine. Everybody just kind of picking their one little spot on the racetrack to make it move. Jeff Burton inside of Todd. Saw Mayfield go by. Out Mark Martin's car looking rearward. And there's Jimmy Spencer in the 23 trying to power past Sterling Marlin and does. Give him 9th, and you've got Earnhardt running right there as well.
See Terry Labonte just behind him. Bobby Labonte following in his car truck.
Spencer, when you're giving him 9th, that's from 34th starting position today. What a terrific job Jimmy Spencer has done at Pocono.
Todd Bodine's view. He saw Sterling Marlin go by. Earnhardt here on the main straightaway going by. Here comes Terry Labonte in 13th. Can he get by before turn 1? He does in the corner. Tell you something, you hate to see caution flags, but when it bunches up the field, man, it makes for some good racing.
Yeah, it's bad to look in your mirror and see your teammate coming up on your bumper that close, Mark Martin. Looking back at his teammate there, Jeff Burton, they were pretty close.
That's not his teammate, Jeremy Mayfield.
who has led far and away the majority of the laps today.
Oh, that's an ugly thing that close.
Do you think he's... Oh, he hit him. He hit him. Do you think he's anxious to get by that 99 car?
That's what they call bump drafting right there. They're actually helping each other, trying to break away there.
That's 7th, 8th, and 9th, plus Musgrave in the 16 car.
Yeah, he's right in it, too. He's on the lead.
Oh, they got together.
Here comes Mayfield. You can see just light contact there. His teammate just behind him, Musgrave's in the 16. Jeff Gordon looks to the inside.
Gordon's got the move on Musgrave. Made it pass right over the tunnel turn. Further back, 21, Michael Waltrip. He's in 18th spot. Wally Dolan back to 50. The 91, LePage. That's all for position still. That's 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. Robert Presley's in the mix too, the 77 at the back of that line. That's Robert giving us a better view of himself. A lot of guys bottoming out there again.
Quite a few of them down the front straightaway. They're sprung so lightly here. When they hit these bumps down the front straightaway, the exhaust actually hits the pavement and throws the sparks out.
24 cars still in the lead lap this deep in the event.
We thought the Mayfield-Burton deal was done. Watch it again.
Oh, just the nick.
Muscling themselves just a bit as Mayfield is now up to 6th. Dale Jarrett, though, the race leader, is still turning the quickest laps of anyone on the racetrack. And right now, Kyle Petty, who's running second, is second fastest. Back in a moment. There's your race leader by 1 second. Dale Jarrett has the lead over Kyle Petty, who is second. Darrell Waltrip is third. What great names to be talking about battling for the lead again here today. Mark Martin fourth and Jeremy Mayfield is fifth. Jeff Green's back on the track after the repairs, 15 laps down, but he is back on the racetrack.
Here comes Jeremy again. He is so strong today. Think he's looking forward to a first win?
He'd love it.
Think he's thinking it's going to happen today?
Car's strong enough to do it. If he can get to the front, Mark Martin says, come on ahead.
What he's doing is telling them to stay in line and draft with me down the straightaway. We'll catch these guys.
Yeah, you know why? The guy behind him is Burton. That's why. It's his teammate, his buddy. He says, you stick with me and the two of us will make some forward progress here. Let's go.
They better get with it because Mayfield looks awfully good to me. That car has been strong all day long. You can see him looking over Waltrip now as they head towards the tunnel turn there. Mark Martin right with them. That's music. I don't care what anybody says. Those engines really sound good across that short chute.
Just saw Rich Bickle go by moments ago. Those of you keeping tabs on him, there was some smoke from the back of that car. Oh, there he is, you see? Looking at the back of Rich Bickle's car. Thought I saw some smoke when he came by before. Too bad. Rich in the top 20, 21 here today, and may not be around to see the checkers.
Darrell moved over, let Mayfield go. Close the door on Martin right now. He's making them earn these spots. He's not pulling over and letting them go by any means.
You got such intrigue here. You've got single team operators. You got multi-car teams.
Yeah, we're pretty close to the time when it's all for themselves. Everybody is going to be a one-man band here coming up in a few laps as we start getting closer to the end of this thing.
Rich Bickle has gone to the garage while we check in with Steve Burns.
And you know, Glenn Jarrett's been talking about how they've adjusted on the 99 car of Jeff Burton. The garage area opened at 7 o'clock this morning, and crew chief Frank Stoddard went right to work on that car. They made what was, in his words, a major amount of adjustments. They changed the right front spring, the sway bar, shocks, and also experimented with a gear yesterday in happy hour. Well, he came in here with 5 straight top 10s, qualified inside 28, but all the changes they've made this morning and since the race have started have made a tremendous difference in that car.
So those are what pay off in this business. Hard work. A long day at the racetrack from 7 this morning, and it's 5:45 Eastern now, still going at it. But if it can pay off with a top 5 or a win.
Whoa, what happened to Kyle Petty?
Yeah, what was that?
Kyle Petty.
Kyle way off the pace.
Way off the pace. Oh, man, here comes Irwin just missing him. Poor old Kyle running in second. Oil pressure is the word we're getting from down in his pit. Kyle was in second place. The word we're getting is lost oil pressure.
Yeah, I can't see it. Gotta get another sign. That was shit.
He's worried about getting a new signboard. I can't see you, he says. But the guys are concerned about the oil pressure.
Okay.
Come off the end of the crankshaft. Yeah, it ain't gonna work. Snake it. Push it on in.
Matt, not pretty.
Eli, the hood goes down. Obviously, they are done for the day. They're beginning to push Kyle back to pit road. A tough break. These guys knew they were going to come up about 8 laps short on fuel, but they were hoping for a top 5. Remember, he was a 93 winner of this event.
Poor old Kyle. Hasn't finished better than 11th at the Daytona 500 as we watch third place now.
Inside, looking inside. He's just looking. He's looking. He's there. Inside, 6 by himself.
Great battle here. Darrell Walter fighting back. You can see the 6 there trying every way in the world to get by Darrell. You see him finally motion up to the inside. Hand signal. He can't get down either because Jeff Gordon's
inside. One going inside.
Yeah, you're right. Old DW just pointed out the door and said, go ahead, as you're listening to his radio.
Second on peak. We get him here. Second peak. He's inside to your door.
Eli, he only took on 2 tires. I think it might have been a mistake because he's losing some valuable track position right now to these guys that have 4 tires on the car.
You told the left
Jarrett don't have any, and he's flying. So
not only didn't he take on tires as we look at Dale Jarrett, but his last stop 4 tires was back at lap 135. So not only did he not take on at 150, but he's got 15 laps more of use even before that.
Well, we'll know in just a second because Mayfield's coming like a storm there in second place, and then you'll be able to evaluate just exactly how much side bite he has with not taking on any tires just a few moments ago.
Don't stay storm today. We want to see the end of the race.
Well, he's running very, very well then.
That's okay. It's impressive that Jarrett has been able to hang on with no tires at all on that last stop.
Good scramble for 11th. Let's not forget old Dale Earnhardt and Bobby Hamilton. And Hamilton over the tunnel makes the grab. So move Bobby Hamilton up to 11th as we look on board the telemetry for Bobby Hamilton's car. The folks at Meritor, the heavy-duty truck professionals, are bringing you the telemetry today.
See him getting on the brake there. Now he's off the brake and accelerating off turn 3 down the front straightaway here. You'll see close to 9,000 as he goes down through there. Just a little bit over 190 miles, 195 miles an hour.
So Hamilton made that. And he made it stick. We're at lap 166. 34 now remaining.
Remember, Hamilton was one of those guys who tested the tire here. Also won the pole for this race last year. He led 3 in a row going into today here at Pocono in the June race. He's good here.
Who's not doing very badly right now is Mark Martin. He's ahead of Jeff Gordon now.
There's Dick Trickley. It's slowed on the racetrack for a while. Now gets the speed up again, but he's been bypassed by all the leaders.
Well, here they go again. Eli, the fans are jumping up and down as they go back. Gordon, now Jeff Burton.
Jerry Nadeau.
Jerry Nadeau.
That almost looked like a wheel come off that car.
Some $5 sandpaper there.
Caution is on the speedway. for Jerry Nadeau's problem. It's there, it's just not doing anything.
It's there, you can see right now, it's just not doing anything.
That wheel's not even turning.
Right.
Yeah. It's not turning at all. He's just grinding away the bottom of the race car.
Well, so it goes for fuel mileage questions.
Oh. Wonder what's going to be left of that chassis when this ends.
I was just saying the kind of damage they're doing.
Yeah, that's cubic money, you see. That's not just sparks. That's very valuable parts being ground off right there.
Yeah, I hope Dan
Spoken like
Marino,
a former team owner.
yeah, I hope Dan Marino's not watching this, or Bill Elliott that own this car together.
So caution is out for the 7th time. Crew will see what kind of work can be done there. Watch this again, riding with Jerry. See what happens.
Coming off the corner there. Oh!
He and LePage.
Yep, he and Kevin LePage made contact coming out of turn 1.
They extinguish that Goodyear Eagle, make the change on the left front. All of this at lap 168. Now it's up to the pit crew guys to do what they do best. Still 32 laps from the finish.
Now what do you do? Take tires, no tires, 2 tires,
Boy,
fuel only, what?
I'd have to come in and kind of, yeah, I'd take on 4.
Would you?
Yeah. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I would do.
Remember in this situation a number of years ago, Harry Hyde brought Tim Richmond in and took rear tires home.
Yes, he did. And what did they get? A checkered flag
They got
for
a
it.
checkered flag, exactly right. You never know what works at this place. Lap 169 as Jarrett crosses the stripe on pit road. All the leaders are in. Let's go to Steve Burns first.
And Jeremy Mayfield's in. We expect him to take just 2 tires and only going to take 1 can of fuel, 11 gallons of gasoline, 2 tires for Jeremy, and he's finished. To Glenn Jarrett.
Same thing down here for Dale Jarrett. He took on only 2 tires. I saw Mayfield beat him out, and also maybe one other car. I lost view there. But the guys, you were wondering about why DJ didn't take tires a while ago. His car is extremely tight on sticker tires. So that's why once they got out and traffic settled there, he was running lap times almost the same as Jeremy, but faster than anybody else. So that's why he didn't take tires. Here you go, Matt.
Glenn, Mark Martin was tight in the middle of the corner and even tighter off. So what they do? They went up on the track bar 5/8 of an inch. Now, also, they took on 2 tires. Both he and the 24 car, Jeff Gordon, took on 2 tires. No adjustments for Gordon, but yet they've got beat off pit road. A slow stop for Mark Martin.
And the stops have been made, and that's right, folks. DW. No doubt grinning like a Cheshire cat. He's leading here at Pocono. Back in a moment. Ward Burton's day is going progressively downhill. He pulled up and passed the pace car, getting set to pit. That is, of course, a no-no at NASCAR Winston Cup racing. You cannot pass the pace car unless you're waved by for some reason. He's being held a full lap. Meanwhile, there's Jeff Burton. He hit a tire as he was leaving pit road. Guys are double checking to see what, if any, damage was done to the Exide Ford. But Darrell Waltrip is the race leader.
Darrell took no tires at all on that last pit stop.
Nor did Sterling Marlin, who is running in second right now.
Yep, that's right.
Both guys chose to take gas only. This is the 22nd Pocono race that Darrell Waltrip has led. That ties Jeff Bodine for that honor.
You can't dance. You're a sun god. I'm a rain dance man, so stop dancing.
He's just joking around, Darrell is. They told him before the radio, we were listening in while you folks were away on break. They said, Darrell, we gave you a tenth of a gallon of too much fuel. He said, don't worry, I'll use it. Now look in the middle of that here. You'll see Burton pull out, and you'll see a tire roll. See it starting to roll? It's pushed out right there, you see? Doesn't look as though that should be enough to make a problem.
No, and he was very, very lucky. He hit it just beyond the valence there, so the leading edge of the front of the car is not damaged.
Another man to talk about, the guy who has his hand out the window, Wally Dallenbach. He's now 5th. He was 17th when he came on pit road. A great look at Pocono International Raceway. Sure, a few folks have left, but most of the people still on hand after all the rain and the delays of the day. There's the pit stop summary. Darrell Waltrip, gas only. Sterling Marlin, fuel only. Wally Dallenbach also took fuel only. Hence, he is now in 5th, and the green is in the air. Now let's see if Darrell Waltrip can hold off that snarling mess behind him.
What a great shot. Wow, look at Bobby Labonte all the way to the bottom.
That little blob that you saw there was just used rubber that fell out from under a race car. Nothing to worry about. Oh, Earnhardt was right up under a car there.
And Darrell Waltrip, the leader, led 2 laps at Michigan last weekend, 3 wide. Something's got to give there at the tunnel.
Yeah, you can't make it through that tunnel turn 3 wide. No way in the world. Somebody was smart and backed out. Well, there's your answer. He is holding them right now, Eli. Darrell Waltrip leading.
He hasn't won since September of 1992 at Darlington.
Here comes Jeff Gordon on the inside there of Sterling Marlin.
And don't you think he's going to pull every trick he has learned in all these years out of his trickster's bag to try to win this thing?
Well, he'll have to be a Merlin to beat that 12 car when he gets up there. You see Jeff Gordon right now knowing he better go in a hurry because look under him, here comes Mayfield.
There's the scramble for second.
Oh, Chad Little in the wall.
Chad Little running 11th. The 11th place man, Chad Little in the wall in turn 1.
Meanwhile, these guys are racing back to the flag here. You see Mayfield getting by Gordon to take over second.
They're racing back to the caution. It'll be lap 174 when they get to the stripe. Darrell Waltrip will lead this adventure back to the start-finish line. And if you are tuning in to see Quest for Adventure, it will not be seen this evening except for the 4-wheeled variety we've got for you. Those of you tuning in at 6 o'clock Eastern to see Quest for Adventure, this race obviously running well over time because of the rain delay of earlier. And Quest for Adventure will not be seen at its regularly scheduled time. Let's see what happened to Chad Little.
That's Kenny Irwin Jr. on the insides. They make just light contact there. I don't think Little could see him underneath him. They made light contact, and there goes Chad Little hard into the outside wall.
Down in turn number 1. Yellow slows the race.
So the caution will slow us down for the 8th time today. You see Chad moving around inside the race car there.
We've really seen some wrecked race cars.
We really
today.
have.
Yeah.
The Skinner car, which has come back to run again. Of course, Schrader's way back at 1 o'clock today at lap number 6.
Yep.
If you're just tuning in, Kenny was involved in a bump and go with Dale Earnhardt. Schrader ended up in the wall and done for the day on lap number 6. Rusty Wallace lost an engine very early in the day. So did Ricky Rudd. Poor old Jeff Hammond. That's he on top of the throwing his hands in the air there. Jeff's the crew chief and knew he had a car that maybe wasn't going to win today, but was a top 10, maybe a top 7 race car.
Well, Chad's taking his own steering wheel off. He's moving around in there. He'll be out shortly. See his hand taking his helmet off.
You hit on that driver's side like that, you like to just sit there for a second and make sure everything's okay before you start moving around and give those guys time to do their job also.
It's not at all a laughing matter, but after it's over, I remember, buddy, you told me one day after a big accident, you walked by a telephone and said, hey, somebody answer the phone. And they said we would, but it's not ringing.
Eli do that a lot anyhow, so it's not the first time. The big concern right now is Chad Little. You see the guys there working with him as he undoes all the radio wires and everything as they're getting him out of the car. There he is. He popped out now. He's standing on his own. Thank goodness.
Took a pretty good lick. Bobby Labonte was in the vicinity. Let's see what he saw. And it happened so quickly. When you're gone, no chance of saving it there.
That's like Buddy said a little bit earlier. All you have to do is reach your hand out the window and touch one of the cars here, and they're going so fast. They're so much on the edge of control that, boom, that's it. They're right in the wall, and that's what you had. It wasn't hard contact between those two cars, very light contact. Contact with the wall was pretty hard, though.
Well, Kenny Irwin was just under him enough, but he wasn't far enough up that Chad Little knew he was there. And when he started down the racetrack to get back down to the preferred line, they made just light contact. But boy, that don't look light there.
Matt, we had a great shot of Jeff Hammond before. I think his gestures and his face told the whole story as the crew chief.
Well, Eli, you can see the look of disappointment on his face. Jeff, you've seen the replay. Your thoughts?
Well, I think the replay pretty much says it all. You know, you could pretty much tell that Chad was getting ready to come down back into the line right there, and I guess the 28 just wanted it bad enough that he just take the cheap shot. I mean, it's just I hate that right there happens when we get down to the end of a race like this right here. The guys get to where they just all of a sudden go brain dead. And, you know, we got a tore-up race car, and it took Chad for a long time to get out of the car. It really, you know, it stunned him pretty bad, and he just didn't need that kind of.
Well, they were hoping for a top 10 finish. They started 10 today. They had a great run going. Obviously, these guys are going to leave tonight disappointed.
But again, the good news is you saw Chad Little after he composed himself, got back out onto terra firma and walked into the ambulance. That's where he tagged the wall here at Pocono, USA. 25 laps to settle the Pocono 500. We are back at Pocono International Raceway. The field will be getting the 1-to-go signal when they get back to the start-finish line. Beautiful look at the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania, the honeymoon capital of America. You have one of those heart-shaped bathtubs in your room this weekend, buddy?
What for?
Oh, dear.
No.
Well, I'm just asking that.
We do have a waterfall beside the hotel, though.
Yeah,
that was pretty nice. Little bridge over the top of it. Be a great place to get married, get divorced, whatever.
See everybody there cleaning the tires right now and getting all the extra rubber off the running surface of the tire right there, getting a little bit of heat back in them before they drop the green.
Whoa.
Look at that. That's Jeremy Mayfield's pit area. The box says Victory Lane Hats. Steve, they're ready.
Yep, just in case, as we said, Jeremy Mayfield going for his first win. Those hats inside the box in case they get to take the photos in Victory Lane. And let's go now to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Steve, but before they can break that victory, they got to pass that #1 car. Felipe Lopez, you guys have done a great job all day. Darrell's done a good job on the racetrack. Great pit strategy. You got him out front. Regardless of what happens from here on, you've had a great day.
Oh, I mean, we have. This Pennzoil crew has been so awesome in the pits. The car they put together. DW driving around out there like he's 25 years old. You know, we know there's some stout cars behind us, but we got a stout driver in that seat. So it's going to be an interesting 20 laps.
In my experience, guys, old age and treachery overcomes youth and inexperience every time.
Well, it's going to be very interesting, too, because Darrell is driving in his 735th NASCAR Winston Cup race. Jeremy Mayfield, 125 career races. So there's obviously a huge variance. Darrell has 84 career wins, tied with the legendary Bobby Allison for third all-time. See what happens here.
Remember one thing, their home track, though, Nashville, Tennessee. Both these drivers cut their teeth on the same type of racetrack.
And let's not forget Jeff Gordon or Sterling Marlin or your wild card pick earlier, Wally Dallenbach. That's Stevie Waltrip, Darrell's wife, enjoying this day.
As well she should. She really should. Darrell's been through a long stretch of not running as well as he really would like to have run, and not as well as his fans would like to have seen him run. And he got in this Dale Earnhardt car, and he has just performed so well.
Okay, guys, it's show time.
Yep.
13 laps to go when they come to the stripe. To settle the Pocono 500 live on TNN.
Darrell got a great start. Absolutely great start.
Entering the turn, you see a little higher than Mayfield, using a little bit more of that 14-degree banking, not much.
Wally Dolan back in the 50 there, just behind his teammate, Sterling Marlin in the 40 there.
That was one of the dark horses we talked about way back at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
John Andretti, he's in 8th spot. He's having a good afternoon for himself.
Jeremy Mayfield making, I'll tell you what, he's heating the water up right now for Waltrip. You can see him going through the flat corner there. Jeremy got a very fast car as he draws within inches as they head down the front straightaway.
For the lead at Pocono. And Jeremy is eyeing his first career win. Out comes DW.
Down behind us. Come on down.
Darrell covers the spot as you heard the spotter say, come on down. But at lap 179, Jeremy Mayfield back in front.
Darrell hanging tough. Gordon behind him.
Last year, Jeremy Mayfield led only 2 races. He's led 6 already this year.
Who do you think Jeremy Mayfield's driving idol is?
I would bet one Darrell Waltrip.
You got it.
Well, Mayfield's career best finish is 2nd. That was in California. It was in this car.
Steve Burns, however this race goes, there are some great stories up front.
Exactly. You talked about Darrell Waltrip and Jeremy Mayfield both being from Owensboro, Kentucky. Jeremy Mayfield's hero was, in fact, Darrell Waltrip. He said he'd lay in bed at night and fantasize about passing Darrell Waltrip for his first victory. He also said that Darrell Waltrip made him realize that a guy could come from a small town and make it in big-time stock car racing.
And Owensboro, Kentucky may be a small town, but it is big in racing. No doubt about it.
It has to be in the water. Everybody races that's ever been born there, I think, because drivers, one after another, come right out of Owensboro.
Joe Nemechek is taking his car back to the garage area. He's been in and out of the garage throughout much of the day. That's Jeremy's wife, Christina, looking on.
Jeremy's building up a pretty good lead over the field, as you can all see right now. He's about 10, 11 car lengths ahead of Darrell Waltrip, but Darrell's right now a good match for Jeff Gordon running along in 3rd place there.
Well, Christina that you just saw has a beauty parlor back in Owensboro, Kentucky, and 5 members of Jeremy Mayfield's crew have gone there to have their hair dyed bleach blonde. Paul Cooper shaved his head. The plan? Get to look like Jacques Villeneuve, who dyed his hair blonde and started to win all kinds of Formula One races.
Let me tell you,
the question, will Jeremy dye his if he wins this thing? And the crew's been on him to do it.
I don't think Jeremy Mayfield needs to do anything but what he's doing today. Just drive the race car and forget about all them good things that has to be done to win, because he's going to win with another color hair. You see Gordon right now, though, Eli, checking Darrell Waltrip out on the inside down the front stretch. And behind him, 4 wide.
Yep, they deploy out 4 wide behind as Gordon grabs 2nd. Chad Little has just come out of the infield care center after that accident a short while ago. Let's get the update.
Eli, he walked out of his own, under his own power. Chad, first off, are you okay, and what happened?
I'm fine. You know, it was a pretty hard hit for driver's door, which is where you don't want to hit, but yeah, I'm okay. I believe we got, you know, a little help from behind on that restart. I'm not sure who it was, but, you know, just tight quarters, and I got bumped from behind and spun out and hit the wall in turn 1, but I'm okay, and that's good. It's one of our favorite cars, so that's unfortunate. We'll have to regroup and see if it can be fixed. It doesn't look good, but we're ready for Sears Point, so we'll go on there, and hopefully the John Deere team will have a good weekend then.
Well, you can still crack a smile even though they had enough disappointment today.
Nice guy, fine racer, Chad Little had himself a good afternoon going. Meanwhile, setting it up front, Mayfield, Gordon, Waltrip, Darrell Waltrip third, Dale Jarrett, then Wally Dallenbach. Jeff Burton is sixth. The guy we're riding with, Mark Martin, is seventh. As you see the leader, who has 1 6/10 seconds on the Rainbow Warriors. Note what else, guys? You've got the Winston leader bonus up for grabs. Remember, if the leader of the race and the winner of the race also leads the points, there's a $40,000 bonus up for grabs today as part of that as well. Could be quite a lucrative day, along with a nice, prestigious day for Jeremy Mayfield.
You said that right, and you can see Dahlin back there in the 50, running a great race right now. They made a pit stop just a little while, come out, made up a lot of track position that they lost on infringement of the rules down the front straightaway there, but he's running a great race right now in 5th place.
He says that he and Tony Furr just absolutely have terrific communication between the two of them. Dallenbach comes in, he tells Furr what the car is doing, and Furr consistently has made the correct choices as to how to adjust the car. I mean, buddy, you know, if you got a car that's loose, there's what, 20 things you can do to fix it, and only one thing you really want to try. Furr consistently does the one thing, but right now he's being ganged up on by the Roush boys.
And you see Burton, when he went by, the rear end of that car wiggled before it took a good set.
And if anybody heard me laugh just a second ago, our play-by-play announcer, Mr. Dole, dropped his wallet.
Oh, right. Right.
That was that loud thud we heard here in the booth?
I don't think so. Lap 184, 1.8 seconds is the difference between Mayfield and that man Gordon. Another second back to those two fellas, Darrell Waltrip and Dale Jarrett. And then 6/10 of a second back to Jeff Burton running in 5th spot.
No, it looks like to me that Dale Jarrett is able to run just a little tighter line right now than Waltrip.
Looks like Waltrip's hanging on to his spot pretty well, though. If he can stick here, that'll be his best finish in 1998. He's got a 5th out of California, which is best so far.
No, he does not have a funny nose, people. That's one of those little bandages they put across there to assist breathing a little bit.
Might be Breathe Right strips. I can understand them using it. I don't know why you're wearing it.
Oh, boy.
Wally Dallenbach back to 7th now. We saw him being bypassed before. Sterling Marlin also lost a number of spots. He's back to 8th. Earnhardt 9th. Good run for John Andretti in 10th.
Riding with Jeff Burton down the back straightaway here. Jeff Burton has been good on long runs. As the tires get hot, he seems to move towards the front as he moves in on Dale Jarrett just in front of him across the tunnel turn.
He's got his teammate right behind him to help out, too.
Well, he looks to the inside, but DJ just keeps the fire lit going down into number 3 corner and holds him off.
That's 4th and 5th on your screen.
DJ, DW, I'm telling you, this is a great finish to a race here. Watch him shift, how fast they jerk it in the gear there. You can see Jeff Burton just grab the gear lever and snatch it back in the gear.
There you see, goes again. There's Mayfield, the leader, by a 1.5 seconds over Jeff Gordon. Gordon's got a 1.5 seconds on Darrell Waltrip in the Pennzoil car, running in 3rd right there. And he's feeling the heat from Dale Jarrett. Jarrett's car maybe a little bit tight at this stage of the afternoon, early evening.
Yeah, and Mark Martin moved in. You see Dallenbach has dropped back quite a bit from the group that he was running with just a second ago.
There's Sterling Marlin, 6.5 seconds back of the leader, and Dale Earnhardt. Those are 8th and 9th. There's 10th place, John Andretti, and Kenny Irwin running in 11th spot. Further back, Jimmy Spencer, 8.5 seconds behind the leader. Bobby Labonte right there with him. That's 12th and 13th. Ted Musgrave also in the picture, and in that battle, he's 9 seconds back of the leader, running in 14th. Then Ward Burton's car. Now up closer to the front, third spot. Jarrett is there, grabs it away from Darrell Waltrip. Burton goes by as well. DW gets in line ahead of Mark Martin.
DW got caught on the outside there, realizing you can't go through that tunnel turn too wide, and he just had to get out of the gas and let him go.
Further back again, Bobby Hamilton in the 4, Terry Labonte in the 5. They're 15th and 16th on the racetrack now. Here's Michael Waltrip running for the Wood Brothers, 17th position, as we're now 11 laps from the finish. Then you pull further back to Robert Presley in the 77 car. Then that orange car for Todd Bodine, who is being shown at this point not on the lead lap, but in 22nd position a lap down. The 91.
Whoa, Todd
Bodine
lost it.
Caution.
He didn't hit anything.
No, he didn't, and he's saved it.
So far, anyway, he hasn't hit anything.
Yeah, you can see him right now, changing gears, going back on the racing surface.
Well, that was quite an opportune moment to have the camera on Todd Bodine.
We have the aerial view for you.
There was no contact at all. The yellow flag is out.
And caution for the 9th time. So it's going to set up one last shot. We've seen this as recently as 1995, when Jeff Gordon had that problem missing a late shift. Gave the race win to Terry Labonte with 7 laps to go. And Gordon wound up 16th. Not saying that that's going to happen today, but you never know in this business.
Especially here. Especially here. This is such a strange racetrack. So many unusual things have happened here. Just ask this guy.
I tell you what, very few times on a major speedway you can go completely around and not crash the car. He did a nice job of recovery there. Yeah. If he had a hand in it at all. Sometimes you just land right.
Here's what Todd saw.
Yeah, he's just up right there, gets back to the throttle. That round comes back in. Now he's fighting it, trying to hold it. You see the cars going by him. 360, gets it back, goes through the grass, starts shifting gears again. He had a lot to do with that.
Yes, he did.
That spin was brought to you by the American Mayhem Association. Wow, what a ride.
Now the restart, which will be somewhere around lap 192 or so, obviously inside the final 10 laps of the race, so it'll be a single file restart. Only the lead lap cars up front. So these guys, the 21 cars on the lead lap, will settle it among themselves with just a handful of laps remaining. They're all plotting strategy to finish when we come back. Well, working the 9th caution of the day. As you see, the largest number on a big track here in 1998. This is going to be quite a finish here. Single file restart. Jeremy Mayfield. Can he hold off Jeff Gordon and Dale Jarrett and the rest?
You know, right now I'm looking at 24. He lost the race on a restart here one time. You can see Jeremy got a great start though as he comes to the green flag.
7 laps to settle it. Mayfield high. Gordon can take it going in a 1.
Takes a lot of discipline not to go in that corner too hard and maybe sweep up a little bit and give Jeff Gordon a chance on the inside of the racetrack.
A Kranifus car, a Hendrick car, a Yates car, a Roush car, and another Roush car. That's your top 5.
Jeremy showing strength when it really counts.
He is that, and Dale Jarrett sitting there in third place. You see just behind him, Jeff Burton putting a tremendous amount of pressure on him as Mark Martin pulls up in here.
Right there coming at you. 10th spot about to change hands. If he can get Andretti in the corner, and he does. So Spencer has 10th, Andretti 11th, Irwin 12th, and the man we're riding with, Bobby Labonte, in 13th. Those 5 men battling for the lead. 0.8 of a second from first to fifth.
Gordon's pulling down on Mayfield a little bit, coming into turn 3 there. Holding that car right on the white line. Second place, Jeff Gordon.
That was 6 laps to go. It'll be 5 to go next time by. A man looking for his first career win. Jeremy Mayfield.
That's where Jeremy's really strong out of turn 1. He pulled about a full car length on the 24 Gordon as they come off turn 1.
Dick Trickle won't make it to the finish. He's taken the Heilig-Myers Ford to the garage area. You're following the ups and downs of that Jimmy Donlevy team. Trickle comes up 6 laps shy of the finish. There's a transmission problem on that Ford. No one sitting down.
Darrell Waltrip fell back to 6th, but he's holding 6th without any pressure whatsoever right now from Dallenbach just behind him. These 5 guys are who's going to win the race. Nobody knows, but it'll be one of these 5 cars, I think.
There are the Labonte brothers, 13th and 14th, scrambling. Terry in the 5, Bobby in that green number 18. Musgrave in the 16, right behind them for position. All of those cars battling for position. Michael Waltrip in the 21. That blue 77 in the back of the line. Robert Presley, he's running in 17. Bobby Labonte outdoes his brother into the corner. Off that tunnel turn. Change among the front 5. There's Gordon.
He's actually pulled in on Mayfield just a little bit. It's less than a car length now. Now, as they start off turn 1, you'll see the 12 with Jeremy Mayfield pull hit the 24 Jeff Gordon about a car length down through there. But down at the far end of the straightaway, the 2 flat corners, it looks to me like Jeff Gordon just as fast as Mayfield.
We'll see a lot of this stuff in the future. 29-year-old Jeremy Mayfield. Jeff Gordon behind him. Those guys are going to battle many more times.
Again, 13th and 14th. This time it's Terry Labonte who comes out on top in the Kellogg's car. So the brothers from Corpus Christi swap that spot again. And Michael Waltrip and Musgrave.
Those clouds off the 4th corner. They make no difference now, but I tell you what, we got lucky today. The hats off to NASCAR. Trying to get a full event in and done a great job of driving the track today.
One big rain delay and one smaller one when Bill Elliott also had his problems.
Well, the body in that green car is running at 14th spot. Waltrip in the number 21 right behind him.
You know who else is there too? You got a quick look at Brett Bodine in that white number 11. The Paychex car also battling for position. He's an 18th.
He's 3rd in miles completed this year.
Yeah, there he is, the white car near the back of that line. Brett Bodine, solid run, very quietly in the top 20 today. Sterling Marlin and Dale Earnhardt, 8th and 9th, right there, off turn 3.
Side by side.
2 to go, Sterling. 2 to go.
I think as they get down into turn 1, Dale Earnhardt has the preferred line. He should pull ahead of Sterling there, getting into turn 1.
Bud Strickland just went in the garage. Almost made it to the end, not quite.
Eli, 2 laps to go. This kid's never been in this spot before in a Winston Cup race. Leading, coming down towards the white flag lap. You know the gremlins have to be dancing in his head right now.
He'd be the 8th different driver to win this year if he can hold on for another 2.5 miles. You wonder what Gordon's got up his sleeve.
He's going to have an awful lot up his sleeve to get this 12 car. Mayfield's got a lot of poise. He's shown great skill today. He's not going to give this thing up easily.
Christina Mayfield watching. White flag is in the air. 2.5 miles to go for the first career win for Mayfield. Boy, does Gordon win again in June at Pocono as he has for the last couple of years. Or does Dale Jarrett get in there and snooker them both?
Mayfield clean through the turn 1 there as you see him go down the back straightaway for the last time. Gordon about 2 car lengths back. Dale Jarrett about 2 car lengths behind the 24 of Jeff Gordon.
The fans just eating it up. The tunnel turn for the last time. To go.
You can see how hard Gordon's trying there. He slid the car off the tunnel turn trying to catch Mayfield.
It has taken him 125 times, and we've got a new first-time winner in NASCAR Winston Cup Racing. Jeremy Mayfield wins at Pocono. Jeremy Mayfield, the NASCAR Winston Cup Series point leader, wins his first career race here at Pocono International Raceway. There's team owner Michael Kranofus leaving the roof where he was spotting for the team, heading towards Victory Lane. And though corporate teammate Rusty Wallace went out very early and is probably already home watching the end of this race on television, he's got to be happy for that young man. Jeremy Mayfield, as nice as they come.
And all those drivers who are passing him on the inside and outside are waving their congratulations to Jeremy.
Even the crew members there from the other teams.
Look at that.
Look at Michael Waltrip waving. Kenny Irwin coming by.
No feeling in racing like the first win. I don't care where you may win after that. That first one will never leave your mind as being the most special.
And you saw Darrell Waltrip come by and wave. How special that must be.
Look at them all passing him inside and out, all
Brothers
congratulating.
Bodine and Andretti all waving.
Every driver saying, attaboy.
How special.
Yep.
And for Paul Andrews, another victory in his illustrious career as crew chief. Steve?
Well, Paul, you've won some big races, a championship with Alan Kowicki. How special is this victory of young Jeremy Mayfield?
This is awesome, man. You know, we've worked real hard all year long. We've had a great car, a lot of races. We're leading the points. And to come out of here winning this race is just awesome. Everybody's worked hard. We're building some great cars. Everybody's working hard. And it's been a long time coming this year, you know, but and it's been worth waiting on. This is great.
We'll let you go. You're a long way from victory lane.
Thank you.
Paul Andrews, one of 6 active crew chiefs to have won a NASCAR Winston Cup title. Darrell Andrews reaching in says, you the man.
Indeed.
Here's your wet towel, Jeremy. Wet towel for you.
What a smile. What a day. Time now for the Victory Lane celebration. Brought to you by The Money Store, where you can refinance your home and consolidate your debts with just one phone call to The Money Store. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Okay, Eli gets a big hug from Christine. Hey, buddy. First thing I want to say is congratulations. We talked about this before the race. You knew you had the car to do it. You didn't just beat them, you kicked their tails.
Man, I don't know if it's that easy or not. This is a tough day, but, man, this Mobile One team done an awesome job. And I'm trying to wake up. I think I'm still dreaming. This is my lifetime dream right here to win a Winston Cup race. And it came true today. And, man, what motor, Larry Wallace, man, what engines. Look at my motors today. PowerTech engines, Mobil 1, Goodyear tires. Everybody did a great job.
Now, we made comment for a while you were...
Make sure I'm still here, you know.
You're here, buddy. It's real. You were following your boyhood idol, Darrell Waltrip. We've heard you say that before. You took the lead for the final time from him. That has to be even more special.
It was tough, you know. It wasn't easy. And I tell you what, that's the best way for me to get my first win. You know, and this whole team, we earned this thing today. And it wasn't a gimme. It wasn't a rain out or nothing. It was a gimme. We all earned it right here.
Well, it's raining now. One final question. I know you didn't want to see that last caution.
I didn't. I didn't want to see any of them. You know, I knew we had a good car. I knew the 24 was as good as we were on long runs, and didn't want to see it. But hey, we won, and that's all. I come across the checker flag, and I was going, this can't be real. This can't be the checker flag. You know, I got to mess up somewhere here. But man, these guys give me an awesome job. My crew chief, Paul and Roger, I know you guys are watching. Mom, we did it. That's all I can say.
And what a great day it was for Jeremy Mayfield. Congratulations, buddy. Go have some fun. Here's Steve Burns.
And Darrell Waltrip, you didn't win the race, but boy, what a spectacular run.
Oh, we had a great day. The Pennzoil Chevrolet Monte Carlo, she was right. I'd tell you, gosh, darn it. Pretty exciting. And I praise the Lord for a good day. And I'm so close to winning. It's big. This is big.
Darrell, a lot of people left you for dead. Your career, you've shown them that you still have the fire.
They didn't put quite enough dirt on me. Kicked it off and crawled back out. I've been in holes before and crawling out of a pretty deep one right now, but damn, this is good.
Darrell, Jeremy.
Darn, this is good. I didn't mean to say that.
Jeremy said that his fantasy, he lied in bed at night to win a race, was to pass you, also from Owensboro, Kentucky.
Oh, yeah. What a kid. I mean, there he is. He's out there just doing his thing, you know, and I'm thinking the same thing. I'm saying, well, if one big old kid can't do it, maybe another one can. And what a spectacular job. He's a champion. I love him to death, and I'm just so proud of him. And everybody from Owensboro, I'm sure, is too. I say hello to Mom and Dad and all the dads. Happy Father's Day. And Dad, gone. I'm just so pleased. I just can't tell you. It brings tears to my eyes to be able to get back out there and compete like this. I never thought I'd see it. I thought I was done. But I'm doing pretty good right now.
Congratulations, Darrell. Pat Yoakum.
Well, Jeff Gordon came home second place, almost a three-peat. Congratulations, a great run. You almost got him at the end.
Well, I don't know about that. We just made it look close. He was so strong, and you know, at Pocono, you've got to be able to get off the corners good and then pull up beside him down the straightaways, and there was no way we were going to do that today. I want to thank my team. They did a great job, just kept working on it all day long. DuPont Automotive Finishes Chevrolet drove great, the best Chevrolet. It was just a little short of that Mobil 1 Ford, but Jeremy did a great job. He's been doing a great job all year long. You know, he's got the team, he's got the talent and the attitude, and I'm real happy for him, and want to say Happy Father's Day out there.
Well, 2 wins and a second in this event in the last 3 years. Not a bad showing for the Rainbow Warriors. Glenn Jarrett.
Okay, we got Paul Andrew in here, and Paul, hold up that plaque for us. On behalf of Miller Lite and TNN, want to present to you guys the Pit Crew Award. Congratulations, man. What an awesome day for you.
Thank you very much. You know, I appreciate Miller giving us an award. Wish Rusty could have been there and battled with us, too. But these guys done a great job. You know, it just goes to show you when it's your day, it's your day. And we've overcome a lot of adversity today with being held in the pits and the rain, all kinds of stuff, and we done it.
You told me earlier on it didn't matter what the weather was.
You know, it really didn't. The car was good in the morning practice, good in the afternoon practice. We got adjusted on it a little bit all day long, just a little bit. Nothing major, and it was awesome.
Well, Paul's being patient with higher calling up there. There's a bunch of guys want to have some fun with it. Take off, man. Way to go.
Man, that was something special down there. The Miller Pit Crew of the Race Award, brought to you by Miller Lite, to remind you that whenever you feel good, it is Miller time. Fellas, I don't know about you, but if you didn't get choked up watching old DW there, then the only excuse is that rigor mortis has set in. I mean, that was something to see how much that all meant to him.
This all meant so much to Jeremy Mayfield, but Darrell Waltrip, when he made that comment, they didn't put enough dirt on me to keep me down. Let me tell you something. He's been a great race car driver for a long time. You can't overburden yourself, and he was doing that when he owned his own team. Look for Darrell Waltrip to do well the rest of the year.
For Michael Kranifus, it was his first win as a team owner. For Paul Andrews, his 10th win as a NASCAR Winston Cup crew chief. There you see the names that brought you one whale of a race here today. Granted, we're 2 hours behind when we expected to be off the air, but the rains interfered, some lengthy cautions, but Mother Nature held off, and we got her all in.
And it sure was worth waiting for, wasn't it? One of the more dramatic conclusions, and so much emotion from so many players in this event today.
And congratulations to Wally Dallenbach. Another good finish. He finished 7th today. Nice run for him.
Couple of top 10s for him, but Jeremy Mayfield is now a winner on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. Well, he was all along, but now it's officially in the record books. Back in a moment. Well, that is a celebration that is going to be going on for hours on end. Jeremy Mayfield, a winner on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. Dale Jarrett came home in 3rd today. Let's get a word from him in the garage.
Well, Eli, he continues his impressive string. 2 wins and 3 third-place finishes in the last 6 races at Pocono. Dale Jarrett comes home a great 3rd place. Congratulations, DJ.
Thank you. We want to congratulate Jeremy Mayfield and Michael Kranifus. Great job they did. They've been strong all year, just hadn't got into victory lane, and he did such a good job. I can't tell you how good he did. With that 24 car stuck right on his tail, the job that Jeremy did to stay out front and win his first race, it's just a terrific job for them.
You guys tried just about everything in the pits, 4 tires, 2 tires, no tires to try to get that win.
Well, we got off sequence a little bit, and we were having to try some different things, and our car just didn't want to work real well with the cloud cover more than anything, so we just never got it freed up, and as it turned out, we were probably a 3rd place car, and that's where we finished.
Congratulations. Dale Jarrett, 3rd place today in Pocono.
Solid run for DJ. Again, behind him, Jeff Burton and Mark Martin. Good runs for them. Sterling Marlin ends up 9th. And the mayor of Berwick, Pennsylvania, Jimmy Spencer, came home with a solid top 10. Why don't we check out the Haviland point standings for you right now. That's how it all shakes down with this day in the books.
But the guy that really gets hurt today is Rusty Wallace, who went out so early with that engine failure. He was 5th in points before today, and he's going to be way down on the list now.
Those points brought to you by Texaco, a world of energy. Now the fans have all hung in here shortly before 7 p.m. Eastern time after rain delays and lengthy cautions and so on. The Mayfield family, Jeremy and Christina, living out a lifelong dream.
That's what it's all about. Every kid running a Saturday night speedway somewhere in America dreams that one day he's going to hold a trophy that says you have won a points Winston Cup race, and Jeremy Mayfield has just realized that dream.
And that's what we had talked about earlier, that leader bonus right there. Jeremy is the NASCAR Winston Cup Series point leader, and every week if the leader of the point race wins the race itself, there's a bonus and $40,000 right there going to Jeremy Mayfield, who had finished 2nd at the California Speedway back in Fontana. Now has himself a victory.
When you go to their shop tomorrow, that checkered flag will be hung just as you enter the door there. That's one thing, the checkered flag always ends up in the race shop, and they're very, very proud to have that first one hanging just behind the entrance to Kranifus Racing.
He is the 8th driver to win this year, the 7th Ford win of 1998, and the 150th different driver to win a NASCAR Winston Cup race. You know, however this one came down, whether you're a Jeff Gordon fan or Jarrett or Burton, or if you were pulling for DW to get back, or Jeremy Mayfield, what a special, special performance this day was.
He also wins the Winston leader bonus, and that's worth $40,000 as the point leader. And so that's going to be a good deal, too. He's the first guy that's won it outside of Jeff Gordon. Gordon had won it every other time, except Jeremy Mayfield has got it today.
A lot of smiles as we see the fans filing out. Let's check out the entire full 43-car rundown.
Winifred and Clyde West.
Top 10, we've talked about those guys. Kenny Irwin, a good day. Oh, Brett Bodine persevered to come home 18th.
And Kevin LePage, without much sponsorship at all, had a 19th place finish from 42nd starting.
Jerry Nadeau had his problems. Todd Bodine spun. You know, so many guys had things to deal with today. Let's not overlook what we, I believe, heard Paul Andrews say before. Remember when Jeff Gordon and Jeremy Mayfield came down pit road early in the day, and each were held 15 seconds for a penalty for excessive speed on the pit lane. A lot of those fellas right there losing engines or having a myriad of problems, transmission problems. Rusty Wallace lost an engine very early, and Kenny Schrader on that lap 6 accident. And he was the first retiree of the day. Going to be a little bit sore tomorrow, certainly, but nevertheless, Kenny did leave this racetrack under his own power, with the next stop being Sonoma, California. Another fine top 10 for Wally Dallenbach here today, and the Hendrick bunch's got to be awfully pleased. Let's go to the garage and check in with those fellas as they pack up for the ride home.
Big smiles on Tony Furr's face. A big momentum builder for you guys today, a 7th place finish.
Yeah, it was a very big momentum builder. Going into Sears Point, went to Road Atlanta Tuesday and tested, and done real good down there. We're real excited. You know, Wally's run the top 10 both times with us this year with the Budweiser Monte Carlo, and very happy for Wally and the team.
You spent some time with Jeremy Mayfield helping him along in his career. This has to be a special day for you.
Yeah, it is. That you know, Jeremy's first top 10 finish here was with me. It was 8th in 1995. You know, I just come on board with the team. You know, been on board about a month and worked with Jeremy and all. And I seen that, you know, this track right here, he loved it, and the way he got around it, he done a real good job then, and he's doing the same job right now.
Well, congratulations on your 7th place finish. Look for these guys at Sears Point. They are really stout, and they're prepared for a good chance at a victory.
And when they started the race today, they didn't even have Wally Dallenbach's name on the roof of the car. They don't even have the decals made up. Well, after his performance at Michigan last week and today, I think somebody better call the sign painter, get some decals so they can put that guy's name on the roof of the car at least for 2 more races.
Names on the roof don't mean much. If you're going slow enough to read them, you're not getting the job done.
Well done, Buddy Baker. When we come back, we'll wrap things up from the Poconos as Jeremy Mayfield wins it all today, including the additional bonus points for leading the most laps, 122 of 200. Back with you at Pocono International Raceway. The fans filing out after a wonderful day. Jeremy Mayfield picks up his first career win. We are live here a few minutes before 7 o'clock Eastern time after rain delays, lengthy cautions, but it was certainly worth waiting around for, as looks as though rain is beginning to fall yet again here at Pocono. A little light shower moving by the speedway. Jeff Burton finished well. Strong top 5 run all day, came home in 4th, and that crew was working here, as we told you, at about 6:30 or 7 o'clock this morning, and Frank Stoddard is still at work.
And Eli, Frank told me this morning that they had a poor qualifying effort, started 28th, and you guys changed everything but the driver.
Yeah, we can't change him. You know, he's under contract, and he does a great job for us. We struggled a little bit yesterday afternoon. We tried some different things on the gear that we thought might be better, and it wasn't. And we didn't get as much practice as we probably needed to get. And then second round hurt us, you know, yesterday morning. But our shock guy, Greg Zipadelli, he come up with a good idea, you know, change a couple shocks this morning, and we changed the spring, and we worked on the sway bars a little bit, and, you know, all the adjustments just added up to being able to go up and get XI batteries and another top 5 finish.
Okay, great run.
Thanks a lot, and happy Father's Day to my father up there in New Hampshire. Don't get to see him very often anymore, so happy Father's Day.
Well, we'll be up in New Hampshire before too much longer, and the Stoddards can have themselves a nice reunion. Back to wrap it up from the Poconos right after this. TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Pocono 500 has been brought to you by Texaco. Texaco, a world of energy. By Miller Lite, who reminds you that whenever you feel good, it's Miller time. And by First Plus Financial. At First Plus, you don't need equity, you just need a home. Well, you see the rain that now pelts down upon the Pocono Raceway, but it's good racing weather now that this one's in the books, and it's great fishing weather. Hank Parker Outdoors coming up next here on TNN. Hope you can stick around for that. We want to congratulate Jeremy Mayfield. A great day today for Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Matt Yoakum, Steve Burns. I'm Eli Gold, bidding you so long and good night from the Poconos.
surface.